A very warm welcome to Sepang. We are just a little bit to the south of Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. It is round 2 of the Asia Road Racing Championships, brought to you by Idemitsu and in association with FIM. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell to talk us through 5 races taking place today and tomorrow. The first observation, Barry, it's a little bit cloudy and there is a prospect of rain this afternoon, which could make things interesting.
So we've been expecting all day. We think that, well, conditions right now are perfect, but we know Sepang, the weather is unpredictable. I don't even bother looking at my weather app when I come here. But you can see it's cloudy, it's overcast right now. Track temperature, low wind, the conditions are perfect for racing.
They are indeed on the track at the moment, the first of the 5 races we've got. We go up to superbikes, we go up to 1000 cc's, we've got the 600s, the AP 250s, and the always exciting Underbone 150s to come. But we first start with the TVS One Make Championship. And Hiroki Ono is the defending champion. And Hiroki Ono picked up a win and a 3rd place last time out. And Hiroki Ono, once again this season, is looking pretty good around this circuit after qualification.
Yeah, it is, and what a magnificent circuit it is. This is one of the great circuits in the world. It's got a bit of everything here, flowing sections, stop-go sections, and gradients, and so on. It's an absolutely magnificent circuit, which is why so many teams, so many series use it as a test bed. Well, there, the grid being cleared for the warm-up lap.
Having given Ono the big thumbs up, it's actually a local boy, Ramdan Rosley, the experienced Malaysian, who's actually on pole. Best lap time of 2:27.84. Hiroki Ono alongside him. And Sarthak Chaban, the very, very exciting young Indian, will be on P3. He's on bike number 3, and Sarthak is level on points at the top of this championship after the first round in Buriram in April. And Sarthak is really one we're keeping an eye on, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Sarthak really fancies his championship now, and you can see a little change in the demeanour of Hiroki Ono. Hiroki now, I think, knows he has to work a little bit harder for the wins and for the championship. Sarthak wants it, Ramdan Rosley, as always, wants it.
So the formation lap is going on, and we'll give the opportunity to see all 14 riders. Some lovely drone shots of the Sepang circuit. It really is a wonderful racing circuit. But for the smaller capacity engines, it's a difficult one because it's so big, so wide.
Yeah, slipstreaming is definitely the order of the day. One rider there getting away very late. Hopefully there's no problem. But yeah, Ramdan Rosley was really impressive, and we saw Hiroki Ono going earlier in qualifying to get a lap time rather than waiting until the end and coming through to break people's hearts. And for me, that's a sign that he knows he's got his work cut out if he's going to retain his championship. Lots of different nationalities here.
Ramdan Rosley, local Malaysian, he is on pole position. All the bikes are identical, the Apache RR310. Hiroki Ono, the defending champion from Japan, in P2, and the young Indian Sarthak Chaban in P3. Looking out for him very much so.
Starting 4th on row 2 is Spain's Luis Miguel. Next to him, Chirant Vishwanath, another very promising Indian rider, and Ati Kangare, who always seems to be threatening.
Kim Min-jae, the young Korean, is on P7 alongside young Australian Hunter Corney, and Rendi, the impressive Indonesian, is in P9 on row 3.
Yeah, starting 10th on row 4 is Leandro Paredes, the Filipino. Next to him, from Singapore, Arshad Rushdi. And all the way from New Zealand, Nixon Frost.
And on the last row of the grid, we've got India's veteran KY Ahmad, who's been game in competing in this TVS One Make, hasn't had an awful lot of success, and he's alongside the young Thai Kanatat Jaiman. As I say, all on identical bikes. But Ramdan Rosley, a 2:27.84, 6 seconds quicker than the likes of Nixon Frost, KY Ahmad and Kanatat Jaiman. It really is impressive, and there is a big differential between the front 3 or 4 and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, there is. The new riders coming in and presenting some kind of threat. Luis Miguel, sure, he got on the podium last time out at Buriram. Chirant, we know he can be a threat. Ati, One of the most improved riders, to my mind, is Kim Min-jae, the young South Korean. He looks really comfortable on this. I don't think he's going to threaten for the win or maybe a podium. And of the newcomers to this series, Hunter Corney is really exciting, the 14-year-old Australian.
Yeah, Kim Min-jae got a P8 and a P7, which is worthwhile identifying. Ramdan Rosley a P2 and a P5. So he'll be looking to once again be competitive. He was just pipped at the post in the last couple of seasons, Ramdan Rosley. Ramdan wears the number 2 in that multicoloured helmet.
Yeah, the rider that we're not quite sure yet what he can do is Luis Miguel, I think, the Spanish rider. But it could be a four-way, realistically a four-way fight for the championship between Ramdan, Hiroki, Sartak and Luis Miguel.
Yeah, we were excited when we saw the Spanish entry on the TVS one maker. Spain, of course, has got such a rich reputation. And Luis Miguel unable to really make a dent last time out. Ramdan Rosley will be saying, hey, this is my territory now. And this is my time, perhaps. It's round 2 of 6 of the season. Races number 3 and 4 for this weekend. And everyone just about coming in place. As usual, Hiroki Ono is the last one to make himself onto the starting line.
The mind games have begun and the race is about to begin.
6 laps of the Sepang circuit. We are indeed underway, and that's a nice little start coming from Ramdan Rosley on the outside. Immediately goes onto the inside of the track. Everybody is away nice and safely. Nixon Frost with the worst start, and then Ramdan, gosh, he's really using the full width of this circuit in the opening stages.
Yeah, from one side to the other and back again, but he leads the field through the turn 1 loop and into that tricky entry to turn 2. Good start from the Malaysian, good start from Sartak.
And good start from Hiroki Ono as well, who's also being brought straight through into P number 2. Already though, it's a long string, and somebody at the back is having a real problem. Is that Nixon Frost, who got off to such a poor start? No, it's not him. Frost has got himself up one place. I was just trying to see who was at the very back of that group there. But at the very front, Ramdan Rosley and Ono. Straight into the groove.
She's Ramdan and Sartak, and then Hiroki Ono.
Luis Miguel wears number 8. Keep an eye on Luis Miguel.
See if we can pick out the number 9, because you can expect him to come through rapidly. Hunter Corney, let's see where he is. Haven't got him yet.
The white helmet in, but nonetheless, Ramdan Rosley quickest in qualifying by quite some distance, over a second faster than Hiroki Ono. So he's looking in great nick, and Sartak Chavan has gone along with him. And there is indeed Luis Miguel, bike 8, and Chiranth Vishwanath, bikes number 4, just trying desperately to hold on. And this is very unusual in the first lap for it to be so strung out, Barry.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. You will see some riders coming back through. I mean, there's 2 14-year-olds in this. There's Hunter Corney and Nixon Frost. They just haven't had enough lifetime to have been here before, so real steep learning curve for them.
Ramdan very secure, coming around turn number 15. A long hairpin, which takes us back to the start-finish line, and Ramdan Rosley was fastest, has been leading since the very start, and goes through at the end of the first of 6 laps in first place, ahead of Sartak, Hiroki Ono and Luis Miguel. We keep an eye on the number 8. Very interested to see how the Spaniard copes.
Yep, Ramdan showing that he has got the local knowledge, he's got the skill, and we know he's got abundant determination. Hiroki Ono holding for the time being in 3rd. And the thing that's just shifted a little bit in this category is that we don't have the certainty that Hiroki Ono is going to come through like we had last year and in the previous half season.
Luis Miguel is there, bike number 5, Ate Kangia, who raced well in Buriram. He got himself a P4 in race number 2, Ate Kangia, on his home circuit. But that is a sizable gap we've got over a second between P3 Hiroki Ono and Luis Miguel and Chiranth behind them. And then Arshad Rusty in P7. Good to see the Singaporean getting competitive.
Yeah, he looked good in qualifying as well, Arshad. So we welcome him back to this championship after a year's break, and he's doing well. Whatever he's been dining on in the interim period has done him some good.
It's good to see Singaporeans. We've got a couple in the competition later on today as well. But at the front, it's very much the Malaysian Ramdan Rosli, who's really taken to this TVS One Make championship. But he is under pressure there from Sartak, who we've seen Sartak Chaban grow. We saw him make 1 or 2 mistakes last year. He already looks a more secure, safe rider this time round.
Yeah, he's tuning out those unforced errors that we saw. I mean, he had a huge moment in round 1, actually. But those are coming fewer and fewer. And just looking at his demeanour in the paddock, he looks like he really wants this championship and believes that he can do it. But let's see what the rider, just having a look up the inside there, has to say about it as they come round turn 15 for the second time.
Hiroki Ono will challenge you, and he's stayed close. And Ramdan, is that a nervous little look behind or just a little check as Hiroki Ono decides to take the inside line, and he goes alongside Sartak Chaban. Ono moves himself into P2.
Yeah, it's such a crucial overtaking point at turn 1, and so challenging to get right under braking. See so many riders go wrong there. So it's Ramdan, Ono and Sartak, and they are well clear.
Luis Miguel is doing his best to hold on. See, lapping at 2:22 last time out, 2:22.7, which was 0.8 of a second slower than Ramdan Rosli. And this front 3 are being able to pull away. Interestingly, Sartak is struggling to keep up with the pace ever since Ono went past him. Sartak has just lost a little bit. Mind you, he's got it back there.
So he's a tall rider, the tallest of the 3 for sure. There's a 2-second gap there back to Luis Miguel, who's just shaking clear of Chiranth behind him.
Ono takes the lead for the first time, coming up the hill. Into turn 9 and then round the sweep. That's a great shot, just shows you how undulating it is. It seems like it's a flat circuit, and then you do a walk around it and you realise there's an awful lot of elevations on this circuit.
Yeah, it's really not. And Ramdan striking back.
And Sartak having a look around the outside as well. Gosh, we've got a real race going on here. We're not even halfway through.
I wasn't expecting the gloves to come off quite this early, but let's enjoy it. You can see behind there Luis Miguel just getting away a little bit from Chiranth. Rendy leading the group behind them.
These front 3, it's building into a good little scrap as Sartak, this time he's the one who comes on the inside of Ono. Ono has the switchback. Sartak can't hold it around that tight hairpin. And so it's Ramdan Rosli who's been leading virtually the whole race, but he knows he is in a race. Ramdan from Ono from Sartak. Good race.
Yeah, all 3 of these riders think they deserve the championship. We're in round 2 now.
A little bit unsteady there from Ono, but he's manoeuvred himself in front of Ramdan. Takes the lead for the second time, and sometimes with Ono, we saw last year, if he gets into the lead, he has got the ability to ride away from everybody else. I'm wondering whether or not he's going to try and do that here. Easier said than done, certainly at Sepang, because you do get a drag along the main straights, and immediately gets the line right, Hiroki Ono, and cuts inside Sartak, who was looking to take the lead.
Yeah, that line wasn't really going to work for Sartak, but I think he wanted to show his intent, put some pressure on the Japanese.
For some reason, we're always hoping that Indian racers will really get their act together, and Sartak is the best of the group at the moment.
Yeah, it's such a popular sport back home in India. They really need somebody to break through. at the international level, and a lot of people fancy Sartak to be that rider.
This is Chirag Vishwanath, the second of the Indian group. He's up against their Luis Miguel.
Yeah,
and the Indian has taken the Spaniard for P4 at the moment.
Yeah. He closed the gap because he was about a second behind at one stage. So this is good riding from Chirag as well. And that's the second time on this lap that Sartak has taken a look behind. Quite sure what he's looking for. There's at least a 2-second gap back there, 3 seconds indeed.
Maybe he's saying to Chirag, try and get up to us. You could use a hand here. These two are pretty tasty. Oh, off the racing line completely, gets that one wrong.
Yeah,
that was Ono.
Yeah, that was Hiroki Ono. So a very rare mistake. We saw an error from him last time we were at Sepang, which was the first race that he didn't win for a long time.
Well, we're coming through to 2/3 of the race now. And Ramdan Rosley has been leading at the end of every lap so far. He is at the end of lap number 4. But he's only 2/10 clear of Sartak. And Ono, despite that error, is only a further 10th down.
Yeah, Sartak passing the test so far, keeping his cool, keeping track position, not taking any risks. The real test, of course, will be on the last lap.
Arshad Rusty is leading the best of the rest in P6. What a result this would be for Arshad. Quite right, he took the year off. It's expensive. He's supported by family, Arshad Rusty. So to get points would be very, very useful. Those points can help you just make away at the expenses of racing in this TVS One Make.
Yeah, lots of pressure there from Hiroki Ono, but pressure on him too, because that was a really rare error we saw him make at turn 15.
He went through a spell of, what was it, 12 races in a row, where he won at between the 2023 season and most of 2024. Yeah. Where he was faultless effectively. So he is human.
Yeah, who knew?
1.5 laps to go. Still Ramdan Rosley, but there is no guarantee that Ramdan, who's been leading right the way from the start, will be in the lead at the end of this race. Although he's trying, as they come up the hill, just to get a little bit of a gap going between Sartak and Ono.
Yeah, perhaps he's trying to make a little escape here. Let's see if he can pull it off. It would be impressive if he can.
But the long straights will always get you. That's what must be at the back of your mind. If you do get ahead around 9, 10, 11, 12, you know that as you come into the long straights, 14 and 15, as we are here, yeah. There's the look over the shoulder.
Hiroki Ono having a little moment then as well.
Well, maybe that was a rehearsal, but he wasn't able to get away. Ono and Sartak come through behind them. This is a good little battle where Luis Miguel has got himself ahead once again of Chirag Vishwanath. So Spain leads India, and going through the line, well, Ramdan still leads, but that gap is 0.03 of a second from Hiroki Ono. And maybe this is where Ono makes his move, but no, Ramdan has decided to close the gap further down.
Yeah, Arshad's still there. He's got Hunter Corney alongside him now. Hunter getting used to this circuit.
Young Australian moves himself into P6, leading that group ahead of Arshad Rusty. Mate Kange in there, and Kim has also made a move back in once again. Kim Min Jae, who you were lauding up the front. Ono, maybe he saved the best till last, Barry Russell.
Maybe he did. You'd never underestimate him. You'd never put it past him to come through and do his heartbreak thing at the end.
Ramdan Rosley, who's had one podium this season and a P5, almost guaranteed a podium providing he stays on the bike, but he's struggling to stick to the back wheel there of Ono. He looks back just to see where Sartak Chavan is, and then he closed up on the tail end of Ono.
Yeah, Sartak's just a little bit adrift now of these two.
There's a lot of looking behind amongst this group.
Yeah, there certainly is. And you can see it's a slightly different situation for Hiroki Ono. I think he does feel under more threat this season. Not coming from Sartak, it's coming from Ramdan right now.
And here, very close is the moment of truth. The two last straights will really decide this race. So as they come round towards turn 14, and then they'll be on the back straight. Now, is Ramdan going to be close enough? That's the big question.
Hiroki Ono is so light on the bike, and he's smaller than Ramdan, but Ramdan's staying there with him. He's right in his slipstream. Sartak's going to try and make a move from the outside. I don't think it's going to come off for him.
Ramdan, contact. Sartak tries to look through the inside. Sartak has a moment. What a race this is to the line. Ramdan Rosley looks like he's going to make it. Ramdan looks over his shoulder, and that's a thrilling win for the Malaysian. Ramdan ahead of Ono, ahead of Sartak Chavan. It could have been any one of the three, Barry Russell, but it's Ramdan who takes it, and Hunter comes through in P4. Hunter Corney for Australia, great result for him.
Very good. Yeah, that was a beautiful race from Ramdan Rosley. We know how determined he is, and he just had that little feeling, that little extra that you get from the home advantage, and he was really good. And that although Sartak is going to be disappointed with P3, I think that bodes well. There you have it, the debrief on track, the number 2 and the number 3. P1 and P3, as it turned out in this case. And Hiroki Ono just beaten to the line once again by 0.166 of a second. That was a really intriguing race between those front three. I think we learned something about how the season can pan out. We know the quality of Ramdan. We know that he never gave up the chase in 2024. And all that determination paid off in race 1.
Brilliant ending. Lewis Miguel it was who came through in P4 to pick up 13 points. He beat off Gerant Vishwanath. Hunter Corney got himself into P6. So that's very handy for Hunter Corney, ahead of Ate Kanga and Kim Min Jae. There's confirmation. The gap, 1.166 of a second between Ramdan Rosley and Hiroki Ono. Sartak Chavan 5/10ths down in P3. Lewis Miguel 5 seconds down, which just shows you how impressive the front three were. You're just edging out Chirant Vishwanath by, well, 500ths of a second. Great race for P4. Hunter Corney leading the best of the rest ahead of Ate Kanga in P7 and Kim Min Jae in P8. Further down after them, Arshad Rusty from Singapore 9. Kanatat Jaiman on P10. That was a big little group. Rendi a further 3 seconds down in 11. KY Ahmad in 12. Paredes struggling a little bit, and Nixon Frost. Great experience for Nixon Frost, but he's up against some very, very good racers. He finishes in P14.
Yeah, so now the New Zealander has got his colours here at Sepang. What an experience it is if you're 14 years old to be racing at international level at Sepang. That really is something. As we look across there, TVS, of course, from India. Indian Oil are our fuel partner for ARRC. Here is Ramdan.
That's a lovely way to start the day. First of 10 races. Right then, the incident on the last lap, on the last corner, between Ono and Sartak is under investigation. Did you see anything particularly untoward, Barry? There was a coming together.
Yeah, there was a coming together. It was elbows. I think it was last corner racing incident. But as I said to Daniel earlier, it's several years now since I was an official, so don't listen to me. But there is a rider who turned out in P2. I almost said there is your race winner out of habit then, but Hiroki Ono, runner-up this time.
He's not concerned about that incident. Ono didn't look particularly impressed, did he? Didn't look particularly happy, Hiroki Ono. By contrast with Ramdan Rosley.
No, he won't. It's number 1 or nothing for Hiroki Ono. That's going to sting. But no sting for this rider. Ramdan Rosley checks his helmet. And nice new design.
Highlights of the first race of the weekend, the TVS Asia one make. Ramdan Rosley was on pole position on bike number 2, and Ramdan Rosley got off to a lead. If you look at the lap times, Ramdan Rosley led through lap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and was the race winner. But it wasn't quite that simple, Barry Russell.
No, it wasn't. And you commented early in the race that it strung out really early. But it was these 3 that got away. I think by lap 2 they were 2 seconds ahead of the rest. Luis Miguel was leading the rest of the rest. Got himself clear of Tirant, then Tirant caught up, but here you could see there was some real edge in this battle between Hiroki Ono, Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Chavan, all of whom fancy their chances at a championship this year. Sartak already 1 win, Ramdan 1 win, Hiroki Ono 1 win so far.
These 3 were in a great little battle, but that is a mistake from Hiroki Ono, which you wouldn't have seen a few years ago. Behind them, a good little battle between Tirant Vishwanath and Luis Miguel. The Spaniard eventually coming through in 4th place. But our focus was very much on these final 3, particularly on this first lap. For P6 as well, there was a procession. This is where we thought Ono, in seasons past, Ono wins from here. Yeah, this year, not.
Yeah, exactly. This was the test. Would he be able to get away as he normally does? Absolutely not, says Ramdan Rosley. And Sartak Chavan hanging on as hard as he could to these 2.
That led into the final 2 straights, which we always thought was going to be the crucial moment. Ono was desperately trying to put some gap between him and Ramdan Rosley. It would actually lead to a little bit of contact. Race Direction had a look at this, decided no further action. That's just Ramdan holding his line, and then a little slip from Sartak cost him any chance of a victory, a maiden victory for this season. And Ramdan's able to drive away and a nervy look over the shoulder, take his first win of the season, and that moves him on to 56 championship points. And a good battle going on behind them as well, but your race winner confirmed after Race Direction had a look is Ramdan Rosley.
Yeah, Ramdan was clear of that, to be fair, so very well deserved win for the Malaysian. So race 1 and a home win.
From India, Sartak Chavan.
Podium is not far away from our commentary position here, and where they've got to go up a few flights of stairs and negotiate a few corridors, which I always get wrong when I come here, but glad to see that Sartak Chavan, as you say, he's a tall, lithe lad,
And your race winner,
will drape himself in an Indian scarf, and Ono does not look happy.
No, it wasn't a P1, therefore he's beating himself up as we speak. I think Sartak Chavan can be happy with that.
Strains of Nagara Cool welcome Ramdan Rosley. And although he's been very much part of the big scene at the TVS one make, he hasn't had too many victories to his name. He had just 1 last season when he was runner-up. And that came at Mandalika, which was a famous time for him.
And now to present the second prize award, we would like to...
Prizes being held out by Mr. Kartik, Managing Director of Buxus TVS Event Management for P3.
In second place,
By
from Japan,
Mr. Kartigan, Senior Technician of TVS Racing. For the second place to Hiroki Ono.
And now to present the first prize award, we would like to invite Mr. B. Silveraj, Head of TVS Racing, to the podium.
Mr. B. Selvaraj, the head of TVS Racing. We must be thrilled to bits that it's so competitive at the top, particularly with an Indian racer being part of that triumvirate.
3 races in and 3 different winners, and they're all on this podium here at Sepang.
Mr. Kartik and Mr. Kartik to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship.
It's a 4th win in this category for Ramdan Rosley in this his 3rd season competing.
And Mr. B. Silveraj for presenting the awards to our winners.
It's nearly all smiles from everyone on the podium.
Yeah, perhaps one exception there, Des, to the left of your screen.
He really is not happy. I'm wondering whether it's something to... He's not even getting up, or eventually he gets up onto the top step. But that is reluctant.
That's borderline sulky.
Okay, so here's just some Ramdan Rosley magical moment. Ramdan, I can tell you, in the standing, he moves into P3. He's got 56 points. He's one adrift of Sartak Chavan, who's had 3 podiums in a run. And Hiroki Ono is the championship leader on 61 points.
Really is shaping up between those 3 for the 2025 championship. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Absolutely. So we are at Sepang. I'm always keeping an anxious look at those clouds. They look nice and soft and fluffy at the moment. And there isn't an awful lot of wind there, which is good news because the wind can bring in some fearsome clouds, and on particularly humid days can be very difficult. Anyway, let's go down and get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogas is down in the Parc Ferme area.
Ramdan, it was a fantastic victory for you on home soil. It was a battle of 3 all the way until the end of the race, and a really brave move into turn 15. Can you tell us about that race?
Yeah, of course, I'm really happy today can finish on the top of the podium, because on Friday I had a really big issue on the bike. But anyway, I keep positive until today. This morning I have a good feeling with the bike, and I just refresh my mind, and I want to win on the home race. But anyway, I win. I show that I can win in the race, and thanks to the crew that worked for me for my bike during today and yesterday. And of course, this win I give all to my family and my wife and my son that watch me in the home. So I'm really happy today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramdan. A big congratulations.
A very happy Ramdan Rosley. That's the first race of 5 for today. When we come back, the thrills and spills of the Underbone 150cc. This is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2, coming from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
A very warm welcome back to the Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship. We are at Sepang in Malaysia. Round 2 of 6 of the season. Round 1 in Buram. Des Corkill in the commentary box alongside Barry Russell ahead of the always exciting and utterly unpredictable Underbone 150cc Barrys.
I can't wait for this. 27 or possibly even 29 riders on the grid here. There is a penalty issue here for bike note for Owen Sanjaya. Let's look at Super Pole recap first.
Indeed, and this turned out to be a Malaysia day on pole as well. Akid Aziz and Afif Amram are well used to riding on this circuit, and early on though, it was Husni Zainal, a winner of the first race of the season in Buram, who would pick up a position that put him into the lead in the first group of 5 riders. We still have the second group to go through, and the second group proved to be an awful lot quicker than the others, Barry.
It really was a star-studded second group that went away, but Husni, people expected him because of his form. There's the defending champion. People expected Husni to perhaps come through as the quickest rider, and if he didn't have the 222, you could recognise the style from the way he sticks his knees out when he tucks in, but it wasn't enough.
Ahmad Afif Amram and Akid Aziz, they are regular competitors on the Malaysian Capri circuit. They're going head-to-head on that competition, and they're going head-to-head here as well. This is Ahmad Afif Amram. He was able to try to get equal with Akid, and he couldn't quite get there, so Akid won, Afif 2, Fahmi Bassam in 3. And all it left was Nazrul Izzat to try to get there. Nazrul couldn't get there, but Akid Aziz comes through next.
He's the rider you want to put your money on in a Super Bowl. Brilliant. So he'll start from pole. Next to him his teammate.
Lap time of 2:34.094 for the Pitspike Superfast JRT racing team. And this is the circuit on the underbones, on the smaller bikes. There's such a lot of pull, there's such a lot of drag, particularly on the long straights, Barry.
Yeah, and so much width as well, as we saw in the first race at TVS Asia 1 make. There's so much time, but Daniel's down on the grid with some riders to talk to.
It's a very different Sepang weather-wise. The action stays the same, but the weather is confusing. We have an overcast, it's cloudy, and it's not to say hot, but it is, as usual, humid. The action is going to be interesting, but let's have a few words with some of the fastest riders from the Underbone 150s. I'm going to have a chat with Akid Aziz. So what I'm going to ask him is, he's starting from pole today for his home race, but it's impossible to run away at the front. What's his expectation? So Akid, sekarang ni Akid bermula dari pole position, tapi kita tahu dekat Sepang ni agak mustahil untuk lari di depan. So apa expectation Akid untuk perlombaan kali ini?
Okey, untuk expectation saya untuk perlombaan kali ini macam mana kita lihat, memang perlombaan Sepang antara perlombaan yang paling sukar. So dia punya track terlampau tricky, dia ada back straight yang panjang untuk sampai ke last corner, dan macam mana pun kita cuba dapatkan podium untuk kedua-dua teammate saya dan teammate saya.
Terima kasih Akid, good luck. So what Akid was saying is that we know that the Sepang track for the Underbones is one of the toughest tracks to race on for the Underbones. You have the back straight, and of course the last turn, that's always going to be a challenge, but ultimately he's going to try to give the best result that he can, and hopefully a double podium for the team. Next up is going to be Husni. I'm going to ask him a few questions. I'm going to tell him that his pace has been good, but as usual for the race it's going to be really tricky, so let's see what he says. So Husni, kecepatan yang bagus untuk minggu ini, tapi sepertinya balapan hari ini akan menjadi tantangan. Apa rencana Husni untuk balapan kali ini?
Untuk rencana di race 1 ini, pastinya Alpi akan lebih bermain strategi dan mengatur ritme, jaga emosi. Mudah-mudahan bisa berdiri lagi di podium.
Basi Husni, good luck. So what he was saying is that he's going to make sure that he's following the strategy and he's going to control his emotions and that he hopes to be on the podium for the final part of the race. Now we're going to head a little bit further down to another fast Indonesian rider, but this season, riding on a different manufacturer from the Yamaha to the Hondas. Now I'm going to say that his performance in round 1 was impressive on the Honda, but it's a different challenge in Sepang. Let's see what he thinks. So Aditya, hasil yang luar biasa di round sebelum ini di Thailand. Tapi sekarang ini ada challenge yang baru di Sepang untuk Honda. So, adakah sulit untuk beradaptasi dengan motor yang baru?
Ya, di ronde kedua ini saya mencoba lebih mengenal di Honda GTR ini, lebih banyak di setup engine dan suspensi, dan semoga di round 2 ini race 1 saya bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik untuk tim.
I see, Aditya. So what he was saying is that for round 1 and 2, his plan was to understand the bike more, to get the setup correctly, and to try and get the best result possible. Thank you so much, Aditya. Good luck for the race. And back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, very interesting. We had a chat with Husni Zainal, who'd won race 1 in Buriram. And also, Aditya Fauzi, he got himself a P2 on the new bike in race 2 in Buriram. So, not bad form, a change of manufacturer, but still the same quality raider.
Yeah, and still getting some help from Racetech 60 team. But yeah, really impressive making that transition from the mostly dominant Yamahas to a Honda. There's our defending champion, Fahmi Bassam, 222. The 61 there belongs to Sharol Yuzi.
He's from the Estremo Yuzi Asia team. Local rider for Malaysia, Sharol. Where's 61? Number 62 on the tail. Alongside him, we've got Dimas Juli Apmoko for Racetech 60. Easy to pick out on the lime green. And the helmet makes him easy to pick out as well, Dimas Juli. He was another who raced well. He got himself a podium, race 2 in Buriram. This is a high-quality field. There's a lot of riders out. Indonesia send really, really good racers, including Wahyu Aji Chilaksana, a former champion.
And Wahyu Aji bringing another really strong rider, as you said, in the shape of Dimas Juli this time. Aditya last year. And he's looking better. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. He was quickest in qualifying. He didn't quite come through in Super Bowl, but he starts 8th. And I fancy Nazrul in this circuit because of the long run-up between the final turn and the checkered flag.
April King Moscado from the Philippines. He had an epic 2023, not so impressive last year. Epic domestic season in 2023. Not so impressive last year, but we know that April King is able to get up with the best. He is in P9 at the moment. But the lap time, 2.5 seconds adrift of that set by Akid Aziz. That just shows you how quick Akid and Afif Amram were.
And how difficult Super Bowl actually is as a competition.
Akid Aziz on pole for Pittsburgh Superfast JRT Racing alongside Ahmed Afif Amran, his teammate, both on the Yamaha. Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion for the LFN team, riding also the Yamaha, completes the front row of the grid.
And on row 2, we've got Husni Zainal Fauzi, championship leader as it stands for Zaya LFN. Sharol Shazras next to him, and Dimas Juli Apmoko for Racetech 60 outside.
Wahyu Aji Chilaksana for Racetech 60, again in the lime green, alongside 2023 champion Nazrul Izzat, that's in P8. And then April King Moscado, best of the Philippines, pick out the purple livery of the UMA Yamaha Philippines racing team.
And starting 10th is JPNW's SND Aditya Fauzi, Amrul Arif Musa next to him, and Shamil Hamshah next to him.
Adi Barsiad in P13 alongside Ahmed Fazrul Sham for the Cardinals Factory Racing Team, and Idil Fitri Mahadi for RCB Yamaha YY Pang Racing, another local Malaysian.
Good to see them back. John Emerson and Gita for 4S1M Evo is starting 16th, 17th, Dawizi Sahir, and outside of him, the number 23, Gupita Krishna Wadana.
Gupita won in Buriram last time out. Pirapong Lubuinpeng, one of your favourites from Thailand, is in P19 for Team One for All. And good to see TKKR back on the grid with Shafi Grassol in P20. Hafiz Faril Rasyadan for 4S1M Evo on P21.
Row 8, we've got Owen Sanjaya starting 22nd, 23rd, Mohamed Fabriancia and Kiki Sudaman Manarung starts 24th.
Further down, row 9, Faiz Zekri Sabri for KM AHM Motorsports, Tenku Anril Hafarudin for Vosges AS25 Racing, and Masato Fernando, the veteran Filipino, for the Kobisek Yamaha Racing Team in P27.
And completing the grid, places 28 and 29 is Anjay Sobratodo and Afizi Supat on the Vosges AS25 machine.
You were mentioning earlier that there is a penalty to serve for bike number 198, Arwin Sanjaya, a long lap that he must do, which we understand has to be served within the first 3 laps of this race.
Right, yeah, that penalty coming up. That was for slow riding on a racetrack, so you can see the officials taking the opportunity to penalise riders for dangerous riding, right? And riding slow on a racetrack is dangerous.
29 races. We could get 29 abreast with the size of this circuit.
Yes, we could.
Can be crazy at times. So the distinctive purple shirt of the purple livery of the 2023 champion Najul Izzat Bahaudin coming through. Hasn't quite been at his best this year. He got himself a P5 in the second race in Buriram.
Yeah, had mechanical problems too. You can't get away with the long lap penalty on the warm-up lap, however.
Cardinals Racing looking splendid, as that's the long straight. So much will happen coming down this long straight, particularly if they're bunched up. I expect so much movement and jockeying for position to come into this final turn 15. It could be as chaotic as that scene suggests once we come into the race itself. The blue livery of Ahmed Fazrul Sham. And 222 is Fahmi Bassam.
Yeah, LFN HP 969 making it very easy for us in the commentary box with their colour schemes.
Akid and Ahmed Afif Amram. Racing twins in many ways. They compete against each other so often on the circuit and have for a number of years. Coming late to the party, Fahmi Bassam, and behind him Dimash Juli. Some riders like to be in position, ready. Others like to come in a little bit later. Everybody just about lining up.
Yeah, Akid, one of those riders. He was one of the first to his pole position. All 29 riders are in place.
Oh, but right at the back.
Yeah,
Masato Fernando.
Yep. He's trying to start it.
We are under orders. Keep an eye on Masato Fernando at the very back. He's got a problem, but it's Akid and Ahmad Afif Amran off to nice, safe starts. All good for them, not so good for Masato Fernando at the very, very back. Eventually he gets away. Pleased to see that. He's got a lot of ground to make up, and he's only got 6 laps to do it, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and that was, my eyes too were at the back just to see that he was going to get away okay. But at the front, it's the 2 Pittsbike super fast. Oh, and a big moment there.
Is that Fahmi? Looks like one of the LFN racers has been left.
2 or 3 bikes down there.
Well, taking very, very different lines. As Nazrul Izzat has come through alongside the 2 Pittsbike.
Charles Shazras.
Charles Shazras took a big, big knock Oh, he's just edged out of the way and couldn't hold on to it.
Oh, lucky there was no more damage done there. And good to see that he got up.
So for Charles Chazras, that is a nightmare start. He makes his way back, and there indeed, I told you, Fahmi Bassam is in trouble.
Oh, and he's leaking oil. Does he know? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't.
Oh, that is really,
no.
really on the racing line. That's difficult for Fahmi Bassam. He's got to get off.
Oh. Oh, he's been on circuit for a long time. The oil coming out.
Now
So the safety car's still there, Des, so hopefully the safety car has seen everything and is radioing through whatever race control need to know.
In the meantime, it's Malaysia 1, 2, 3. Ahmad Afi Famran leads from
Hands
Nazrul
up.
Izzat. And yeah, we have got oil on the circuit, and the leading
Red flag.
racers.
Red flag. Inevitably, unfortunately so. Whew.
Now, Fahmi Bassam, I saw he was in trouble, and he's clearly left a lot of oil on the circuit, and this could be a lengthy delay because he was out on the circuit a long time, Barry.
Yeah, and he had actually no idea how much trouble he was in. He didn't know he was leaking oil. And so, yeah, a restart. What a nightmare of a first lap. That's really unfortunate. We don't like to see crashes, and we really don't like to see oil being dumped on the track either. So let's have another look at what happened here.
Yeah, that was him going off. That was Fahmi Bassam going off there. He was caught up, and then he gets back up on the bike.
But you can see the oil's leaking out right from the moment he gets back on the bike. Oh. He hasn't looked down, but he still doesn't see it.
Well, he looked down to the left, and everything was coming out back right. So Fahmi Bassam from the LFN racing team has caused a red flag, and there's a lot of oil on the circuit. That will need a lot of cleaning.
So all hands on deck.
Charles Chazras might be a beneficiary. He came off. Are they able to get his bike back together?
Hopefully so. It's a second start for him. He scored no points in Buriram.
Zato Fernando will be another who is rather happy that this red flag has given him a chance to restart once again.
But it's a scheduling nightmare for everyone else.
And using himself, trying to calm things down a little bit. The adrenaline must still be pumping though, as we have a long look to see what oil has been left on the circuit.
What we do know at Sepang is that we have a very, very fine team of marshals, and they are onto it already, putting down the absorbent material, specially designed to take the oil out as quickly and as effectively as possible, but there's a lot of it, as you said, Des.
In the meantime, everybody back in the pits, trying to analyse what went well, what didn't go well. Nazrul Izzat will be particularly frustrated, I think, because he'd got himself up from P8 and was in P2 alongside Ahmad Afi Famran, and the three Malaysians were well clear of the rest and were pulling clear. Let's have a look at Charles Chazras. This is on turn 3. And you're just grateful that he's been able to spin away from danger and away from the bikes coming into his path.
There he is, having his machine put back together, blowing the dust out.
Well, they're earning the money today, the mechanics. if they get Charles Chadras back onto the bike and starting.
The legendary motorcycle racing names from Malaysia.
In the meantime, Uma Racing are waiting. We await race direction to tell us what is going on, but we haven't got a restart time yet because we're still checking the circuit for oil. So Cardinals racing team looking on. Fazli's been there, seen it.
Yeah.
Fazrul, sorry, this is Fazrul.
Yeah,
yes.
Although we do miss Fazli.
Yes.
But yeah, he was a race winner last time here at Sepang. The crafty fox that he is.
There's the pit lane. There is a break because there was a red flag after Fahmi Bassam has spilled oil on a significant portion of the circuit. Luckily, it was right on the outside, so largely we hope off the racing line, but you can't be too careful. And that gives the likes of the SCK on the Cheryl the chance to get back on his bike and get a restart again in what will be a restarted race.
Yeah. So polishing the front as they're putting the rear back together again.
Chadras, what did he do? He didn't. He had a DQ and a 0 points in Buriram, so it's not been the best of season so far. Maybe this is the change of luck that he's after. Buriram had a lot of casualties. We had 6 DNFs and 2 disqualifications in race 1.
Yeah, you have to wonder whether the HP 969 pit, what can be done to get their show back on the road. There we're looking at the AP250 machine of Murabul Vitoni. First time that we've seen an LFN bike in the AP250s, and it's got Murabul Vitoni aboard, who did such a good job for the team in Underbones last year.
It's all a little bit chaotic in the LFN camp, isn't it?
They do get a lot of stuff done, though.
Again, we still await race direction to make their analysis. The clerks are out on the course, and they'll be feeding information back. But must have been, I don't know, nearly half a lap that Fahmi was going around the circuit.
Certainly a good sector, yeah, it was. There was a lot. It was just excruciating to watch. But a lot of it was at the edge. Yeah, so
activity, intense activity in the pit lane. And we will get a restart.
Frantic calculations being done in race control
for
4-lap
race.
rescheduling. Yeah.
Quick start procedure. The pit lane will be open at 2:10 local time, which is 11 minutes from now. So at least everybody knows what the new rules are. For the pit bike riders, Akid Aziz and Ahmad Afif Amran, frustration, particularly Ahmad Afif Amran, because he'd got off to such a fabulous start, and Nazrul Izzat as well.
Yeah,
but, they've got to put that out of their minds and rethink things once again. There they are in the red and blue. Nice colours.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, just while we wait for the riders to get themselves sorted out, we're going to go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will have the build-up to the new 4-lap Underbone 150cc. You're at the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Sepang International Circuit. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. Take two. Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We had a red flag after, well, on the first lap of the Underbone 150cc race because of spilled oil on the circuit after an incident with Fahmi Bassam, who came off his bike and then proceeded to do what we think is best part of a third, maybe even half a lap, spilling oil. Obviously, he was unaware of it, but it's caused a long delay, and the new race will start at 14:10, which is in 6.5 minutes time, and it's a 4-lap race. So credit to the marshals for cleaning up the track so very effectively.
Absolutely. There's Akid Aziz, who started from pole and made a good start to the race, so frustration for him, sporting a new hairstyle this season.
Akid Aziz on pole position, runner-up last year. This is his home race. He hasn't had an awful lot of luck here at Sepang in the Underbone 150s. So he will be looking for a change of luck to maybe suggest that this might be his year. The racers themselves just, they've got to rethink what was going on. As we have a look at the incidents, this is, I think this is Fahmi Bassam. This is where he goes off, just to the left of your screen there. And then we'll stick with him, Barry Ruslan, and your thoughts on whether or not he should have got off and carried on.
Well, that's the racer's instinct. He's pumped full of adrenaline just after, seconds after the start of the race, but we can see, I mean, one thing that would be really good to put into riders' briefings is if you crash before you go back on the circuit, have a look at the bike. But it's so difficult to do that when, as I said, you're so pumped. So Fahmi Bassam looked like he'd taken his leathers off, so maybe they can't get that. Maybe that's his penalty. He's not going to be able to get back on and start the race. 4-lap sprint. My goodness, Des, that's going to be hectic.
The Elephant team have been fabulous in their involvement in Asia Road Racing Championship, so this is a slight blot on their copybook, but generally they have been a real boon to the sport. Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, of course. But if he is out of this race, that, I suppose, is good news for his teammates, Gupita Krishna and Husni Zainal.
Yeah, Elephant have been a real boon for rider development generally in Indonesia, I think, too. So there's the streamer boys. Quite unhurried, don't they?
Just get it right. No pressure, having a camera taking you all around the world as you're doing your work.
Exactly, yeah.
But this is where the pit crews really work it. And there is Charles Yuzi, former champion at the ARRC in the very first year, I think back in 1996. And he's still as enthusiastic for the sport, develops young racers.
Yeah, and happy not to be a hands-on mechanic anymore. Okay.
Let's just take you through how this season is going to look out. Buriram in April was where we got things underway. Husni Zainal winning the first race, Gupita Krishna winning the second, both for the Nazir LFN team. On the podiums, Aditya Fauzi and Ahmed Afif Amran. Is this Ahmed Afif Amran's year? Also on the podiums, Dimas Juliat Moko and Fahmi Bassam. Here after Sepang, we move on to Motegi in Japan at the early stages of July. Then we move to Mandalika in Indonesia before round 5, which I think is still to be announced. And then Buriram
indeed
in to end the season. Let's have a look at the standings as they are at the moment. And early stages, Husni Zainal 38 points, 2 points clear of Gupita Krishna. Fahmi Bassam on 28 points in P3. Aditya Fauzi in P4 alongside Afif Amran. Early stages, but it's always nice to get off to a nice points total in the first couple of rounds, Barry.
Yeah, it sure is. So Husni Zainal taking away 38 points. He'll have been really happy with that from Thailand. And so yeah, LFN HP 969 will be more than happy too, especially with Gupita, a new rider on board. Gupita starting way back by his standards this time. I think 18th from memory.
Philippine at this 150cc. Sobratodo, April King Moscato, John Emerson and Gito. They will be hopeful that they'll be able to get up the championship standings. Owen Sanjaya, let's not forget, he has got a long lap penalty that he has got to serve. It's good to see the number of new teams and old names and new names as well. Raya Trilaksana, he seems to have been around a long time. As you say, he's a little bit far down the grid this time, but you know he's capable of winning championships.
Yeah, he still is, absolutely. And the great thing that he's doing is bringing in new riders. So Dimas Julie this time, and he did a lot for Adichie Fauzi in 2024. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sepang International Circuit is very near the airport. So come along if you're within striking distance.
Pit exit will open in a couple of minutes' time now. We'll just give you some of the sights and sounds of Sepang International Circuit. True international circuit. And a regular venue for the Cup Prix and for the Asia Road Racing Championships. Used to be 2 races here. Now Chang has become the home of the ARRC. But this venue at Sepang, very, very much part of the agenda. And so many of the riders know this circuit intimately.
Yeah, it's a magnificent circuit. We know World Championships come here to test because there is everything here. If you're going to go for a pre-season test, you can get everything, including the weather at Sepang.
Nigel is keen to be first out, and Charles Shazras, well, he'll be thrilled to bits that he's been able to get himself back on that bike number 61. That really is a bonus.
Yeah, good work by the Esprimo Uzi team, and yeah.
Mazzato Fernando also very, very happy to be given a second chance.
Yeah, he'll said a quick thank you skywards.
We're on board with Shamal Amshar, bike number 31. We were not expecting to be near the front, but you never can tell with Underbones. And the familiar race tech colours, so easy to pick out. But there is Cheryl Shazros.
Yeah, exciting rider. He always seems to bring something to the party. Probably wasn't planning to bring a first lap crash to this particular party. But yeah, talking about the Cardinals team, it's good to have Fazrul in there as the anchor, and Shamil Amshar coming in as the young buck.
So I think we can confirm that Fahmi Bassam will not be on the start line.
So for these quick start procedures, they will literally just put a quick foot down. They'll clear the grid within a minute. So only one person per rider allowed on the grid.
Still to come, we've got the AP 250s, the Supersport 600s and the Superbikes, the 1000cc's, particularly competitive this season, the 1000s, grown in numbers from last year. First we've got the chaos of a 4-lap sprint. Oh my word.
Yeah, it's going to be gripping, so have the eye drops handy because you won't have time to blink during this one.
Yep, that's a safe distance. Have a look.
Yeah, just keeping right out of the way there.
A little bit of everything for you at Sepang. Riders, I think they'll just, interesting, they're going wide, they're checking that everything has been mopped up. I suppose mentally you've got to be certain that the circuit is safe. So they'll be having a look at where the oil spill had previously been.
And just a few little handshakes on the warm-up lap between 4 different riders. Quite sure what that is. Somebody else trying the long lap penalty area.
That's the one that Arwin Sanjay will have to take. A lot of attention from us on Charles Chazras. Fitri Mahadi goes through for the YY Pang Racing team as well. And 63, Amrul Arif Musa for the SCK Honda Racing team. All good competitors. Cheryl, take 2 for him. A real bonus for him and for Masato Fernando as well, as they come through.
Yeah, the 2 Pittsbike machines will be wanting to make a similarly good getaway. And that was a phenomenal start from Nazrul in that first attempt at an Underbone race.
Came from P8, got himself up into P2 inside the first 3/4 of a lap. And those front 3 were pulling away, which is very, very rare. Akid Aziz comes around. He is the pole sitter. Very, very quick. 6/10 faster than Ahmed Afif Amram in the super pole, which suggests he's in good nick, although he had been dropped down to P3 earlier on. Right, look at bike 17 right at the very back, Masato Fernando. Last time out, he stalled just around about now.
That's right.
4-lap sprint of the Sepang International Circuit. Belatedly. Race number 3 of the season, race number 1 of this round.
Clear look through there for Dimas Julie from the second row, in the absence of Fahmi Bassam on the inside of the front row.
Okay, so a warm-up lap. Fahmi Bassam confirmed was an absentee. Whether or not it was mechanical or he was just being told to sit this one out. I suspect mechanical, because that was a serious blow that he had.
Yeah, probably damaged the engine, cracked crankcase maybe, and not enough time to fix that or replace it.
Just had a shot there of April King Moscado, the young Filipino. April King has had a win in the Underbone category. John Emerson Guito had a P12 finish in the 2023 season. April King finished 3rd in the championship when Waiuaji won it in 2022. We've not really seen the same from April King since then, have we?
No, we haven't, but this weekend looked a bit more promising. He was 3rd, I think, on combined times yesterday, just speaking from memory.
9th here on the grid, so he made it into the Super Bowl, so yeah.
Yeah. So many potential winners here. We always say it. Kid Aziz moving around on the bike, shifting his body position, just trying to get the nerves out, I think. Ido Fitri, just there within the number 38.
The warm-up lap shows you what a long lap it is. So even though it is a 4-lap sprint, there's still plenty of opportunity for an awful lot to happen.
Yes, 2.5 minute plus lap for these Underbones. So usually expect a 20-minute race. This should be probably about 11 minutes.
Hope to hopefully catch up. Keeping a close eye on the weather. Again, those clouds still look nice and fluffy. Things can change very, very quickly here at Sepang. We're not too far away from the coast and the clouds can be whipped in. Right, this is the long straight where we're expecting an awful lot to take place.
Yeah, that's a perfect camera position for what's about to unfold. In about 10 minutes time, how many bikes will be abreast on that long, wide straight?
Najul Izzat, 2023 champion, in the middle. Had a P5 in race number 2 after a P10 finish in race number 1. But so long as you're picking up points along the season, you'll be there or thereabouts come the final 2 rounds.
Yeah, you need finishes, you need a few podiums, and you can do it.
And we're focusing on Charles Chadras. He must be
Again.
so relieved.
And just behind him, the number 87. So it's going to be good to watch Nazarul, see how he gets away this time. Can he rinse and repeat? We're about to find out.
Take 2 of the Underbone 150cc. Red lights are out, and it's another solid start from both Pittsbike riders, Akid and Afif Amram. Behind them, Husni Zainal had a little bit of space to go into, but it's the Pittsbike 1 and 2, and Racetech have come through there as well. And look at that, what are we, 10 abreast as they come into this first corner. And Nazrul Izzat once again has come through from the 3rd row.
Bump there, I think, between Shami and who's that? Look at who got at the front.
Yeah, Nazrul Izzat, a terrific start from him. Well, for the 2nd time, he got off to a flyer in the first start, and we've got another
early crash for Fabriancia. Let's see what happened to him.
Oh, he's off the track. Team
There he is, 88. Gets it all sideways. Let's see, trying to hold it on his knee, but goes over the high side.
And that's a big thump. He'll have bruises all over the left side of his body. But luckily,
they were 26.
And at the front of those 26, Ahmad Afif Amram has made his way there as well. Nazrul Izzat, after that flying start, and the Racetech riders are there. So all the big names are there as they come up the hill. Turn number 9. And then this deceptively long right-hander. You're always going uphill on this one as well, and didn't quite get it quite right, Ahmad Afif Amram. He still leads the way.
Yep, and one of the Puma Philippine bikes up there as well. We've got the yellow numbers on a white background, so figure out who that was in a minute.
Ooh, forced to stand up was Afif. As Racetech's Husni Zainal went through very, very aggressively. Nazrul Izzat holds the grandstand line. The 2 Pittsbike bikes take the other line. And that's the fun of it. What 10 abreast as we come into this hairpin at the end, turn number 15. First of 4 laps. It's a 4-lap sprint. This is going to get very, very congested as they come through. Ahmad Afif Amram and Akid Aziz are going to be leading the way over the start-finish line. Akid from April King Moscado up there. Waiwaji Trilaksana, bike number 60. And Dimas Juliat Moko in P4.
Yeah, Racetech 60 looking strong, and Gupta Krishna sweeping through, having a little look at the lead as they go into turn 2.
I mentioned to look to see Masato Fernando, the number 17, the experienced Filipino. He's happy to get this 2nd chance, and he's got himself in P15 at the moment and isn't too far away. Less than 2 seconds separating P1 from P18 at the end of that first lap. Less than half a second separating P1 from P7.
Ayu Aji taking his turn at the front. As you said, Des, for all his experience, he's still got that edge, that will to win, capability of winning.
Keep an eye on the red helmet of Wayu Aji Trilaksana as he comes through. And bike number 23 hanging in there as well, Gupita Krishna. Ooh, coming right onto the back of our camera. And that's the joys of having an onboard. You really get up close and personal.
You certainly do. And Pirapongdu Bumpeng was the other rider, very close there.
The back helmet of Gupita Krishna. and the red helmet of Waiuaji Trilaksana. Two former champions up at the front. Peter Krejna, a victor yesterday. And at the tail, the technique. For a horrible moment I thought it was Charles. Instead it's Faiz Zekri Sabri. And that looked a painful one for the KM plus AHM Motorsports rider.
Yeah, painful knock there.
Arwin Sanjaya takes his long lap penalty.
So I think this is a good addition to the rules, because the ride through just destroys your race. This one just gives you a bit of a setback.
And it also gives the race control a chance to actually say, hey, this is a really nasty thing that you've done, or this is, it's naughty.
Bike going through again.
Ahmed Afif Amran. This is the halfway point of the race. The man who's leading is the 1:43 of Husni Zainal Fauzi, who won race number 1. Husni Zainal.
Sato Fernando having a go, does look.
Love that one. Oh, and a problem. Oh, the fairing comes off big time. Gosh.
It's been a lively weekend for Shafiq, the returning Shafiq Rasool.
Well, he'll be on the highlights reel, that's one thing for certain. Up at the front, Gupita Krejna is part of that little group alongside Husni Zainal Fauzi for the LFN team.
Husni's so good in the race. Waiuaji staying there. Nazrul is at kind of seesawing up and down the leading group.
25, John Emerson and Guito involved in that front 3 as well. So then, we were waiting for the Philippines to make a move. We thought it'd be April King Moscato, but John Emerson and Guito, there he is, the man in black, on bike number 25, right in the mix there. Aditya Fauzi, 177, also involved in that mix. Gosh, this is impossible to pick up, and the pits bike riders have been swallowed up. Akid and Afif Amran are in that group. There's Akid, 13, white helmet, just pokes himself into P3.
Aditya Fauzi coming up as well on the Honda. So good work from him. There he is in pink, alongside Waiuaji Trilaksana.
Nazrul Izzat is in that little group. There he is, 87. So he's not out of the mix either. And this is going to be every bit as congested as we thought it would be. But it's Husni who leads the way. Race Tech 1 and 2.
Really wide line being taken there by Gupita Krejna. He's looking to get a slingshot down this main straight. You can just see him, black helmet in the middle of that pack. Wait for him to make his move. This is the rehearsal.
Akid Aziz, he looks to take one line. 60 Waiuaji Trilaksana takes another. Aditya Fauzi is the man who has the inside line. Gupita Krejna is in there as well, as is John Emerson and Guito. Now then, Aditya, you don't want to be leading, I fear, coming into the final corner on the last lap.
Yeah, there's a mechanical flag being shown there. Probably to Shafiq Rasool. Anyway, there was a moment there for Shazras again, who got tangled with another rider at turn 15.
We are into the final lap though. Akid Aziz was leading, but he's not leading anymore. Husni has got himself a few bike lengths clear. Impossible to hold on to that lead though in Underbones for a whole lap. Well, we say it's impossible, but Husni is the man, 143, who has got the lead at the moment.
Yeah, he's not listening. Oh, and we've lost one of the Cardinals' bikes. That's Fazrul, race winner last time at Sepang.
Just pushing a little bit too hard. Well, Husni Zainal, you're quite right, he is not listening to us. He is desperately trying to pull away, and he's doing a fine job as well. Gupita Krejna, 23 alongside him, as is Akid Aziz. Akid, don't forget, was fastest and will be confident. As I say, you don't want to be in P1 coming into the final corner, because you'll just be swallowed up.
Yeah, the Race Tech 60 bikes there as well. Look at Wayuaji Trilaksana placing himself. Dimas right on the back of him now.
That kid looks over his shoulder. That's through turn 9 as they come up the hill. Husney, he just takes an inside line. Oh gosh, this is going to be so congested coming into the final corner. Who's brave? Who gets the right line? Akid is 13. Husney just behind them. Husney looking for a second win of this season, 1:43. Akid goes slightly wide. Is he able to hold on? The answer is yes, and now we've got the long drag of the 2 long straights, Barry Russell. It is all on, all to race for.
This is the long straight panorama we've been looking forward to. They're mostly over the non-grandstand side. Now they spread out. And the Race Tech 60 bikes running together there. Down the side of the grandstand, there's a rider there on the grass.
23 takes a risk. Gupita Kreshna as they come around the final corner.
Oh, and he goes down.
And that's given an opportunity for Husney to actually take a second win of the season. Husney Zainal Fauzi for the LFN team. That is brilliant for him. And in P2, Wayuaji Trilaksana ahead of the picked bikes of Akid and Afif Amran. Brilliant from Husney.
Yeah, there'll probably be a photo for P2 between Wayu and Akid, but you can see the delight of Wayuaji Trilaksana getting back on the podium. He looked good all the way through that race, and he converted it into a P2. But Husney, he's such a good racer. Positioning, he's a young rider, but his positioning and all of that, so good. Akid Aziz 3rd, his teammate Afif Amran 4th. So good race run for Pittsburgh Superfast, JRT Racing Team, and Nazarul came through in 5th, so a very respectable race one from him. John Emerson and Gito up into 6th. Adib Arshad for Uma Racing in 7th.
But for Husney Zainal, that's a P1, a P4 and a P1 in the 3 races so far. And that kind of form can be good enough to really give you championship opportunities.
Certainly can. Here we go again. And that was, yeah, Gupita getting all out of shape. He went wide. Oh, and Dimas Julie went down as well.
So
I
Gupita,
missed that the first time.
Yeah, Gupita went wide and came down, and he took some casualties with him as well. So Wayuaji Trilaksana, 20 points for him. Wayuaji, former champion. And after no points in the last race in Buriram, that moves him into championship reckoning. But 63 points for Husney Zainal from 2 races. That's brilliant. That's how close it is between Race Tech, Wayuaji and Akid Aziz for P3.
Yeah, officially that's 14 thousandths of a second. Dicha Fauzi eventually came through 9th. Wayuaji still celebrating. That really means a lot to him. Last season he saw much more of his teammate on the podium for Dicha Fauzi, as it was in 2024. He moves up alongside Husney. Husney's delighted. He knows what this means. As you said, there's 63 points from 3 starts in Underbones. That is championship form.
And shows deference as well.
Yeah, he sure does.
Love that. So it was a sprint, but it was a really coolly taken, calculated sprint from Husney Zainal. He was in the mix for 3/4 of this race, and when it came down to that final sprint down the long back straight, terrific. Coming through. Well, Gupita Kreshna is back on his bike, but a little bit battered and bruised after coming off on the last corner. And how about that? Wayuaji Trilaksana being absolutely mobbed. And this is the winning bike, and that is indeed what it means for Husney Zainal.
fantastic start for the Sai LFN HP 969 pit. Really good for them. In fact, they've won every race.
It's Husney's second season. He didn't get a win last year. He had 3 podiums, but now he's got wins in back-to-back rounds. Here are the official results. The winning time, 4/10 clear of Wayu Ajitrilaksana for Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zia LFN HB 969. Wayu Ajitrilaksana for Racetech 60 in 2. Akid Aziz for Pitspike just ahead of his teammate, 5/10 ahead of Ahmad Afif Amran. Nazrul Izabahodim, 2023 champion for Uma Racing Yamaha, coming through 9/10 down on the winner. John Emerson Ngito, bike 25 on the Evo Yamaha racing team for the Philippines. Adib Asyad for Uma Racing in P7. P8 went to Ian J. Sobratodo. Aditya Fauzi for SND Factory Racing in P9. Ahead of Arwin Sanjaya, despite the long lap penalty, comes through in P10. April King Moscado in 11 for the Philippines for UMA MMR Yamaha Philippines Racing. Idil Fitri Mahadi for RCB Yamaha YY Pang. Cheryl Shazras picks up 3 points for Estemo Uzi Asia team. Shamal Amshar points for Cardinals Factory Racing team, and Ahmad Dawisi for Estremo Uzi Asia picks up a single point for P15. Out of the points, Hafiz Farrell, Kiki Sudaman, Mazato Fernando, Admiral Arif Musa, Shafi Grassol. We saw the TKKR a bike come apart. Pitapong Globoinpeng, team 1 for all, no points for him. And Gubita Kreshna crashed out on the final lap when he was looking good for a podium finish. Dimas Julie taken out as collateral damage. Ahmad Fazrul Sham, Faiz Zekri, Mohamed Febriansa, Afizi Supat. Fahmi Bassam didn't start the 4-lap sprint. Neither did Tenku Amrul Hafirudin.
Wow.
So, indeed, huh? Recap of some insane 4-lap action. A really good start for the Pitspike pole sitter Akid Aziz and Ahmad Afif Amran. They were trying to pull away, but a great start also for the purple livery of Uma Racing's Nazrul Izzat. And well, this is the first start. This is the first race where Cheryl Shazras went out, and then we had Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, crashed out. That caused a red flag because he left oil on the circuit, and then we would have a 4-lap sprint on the second 4-lap. Similar start for the Pitspike racers, but they would just be swamped immediately by Russell.
Yeah, there was no chance of escaping or making any kind of gap the first time around. And there was a crash for the number 88, nasty one over the high side. At this point, you can see, in fact, all the way through the race, Wayu Ajitrilaksana looked strong, so did Nazrul Izzat. He was seesawing up and down, and there was another faller there.
Coming into the final lap, there's more problems for TKKR. Yeah, lucky to avoid any worse damage than that. And then we get down to the final sprint. Husni Zainal Fauzi have been in the leading group for much of it. Once we get down to the final lap and a half or so, Husni is leading the way. And he's in this leading group as they come into the penultimate corner. This was kind of a rehearsal where Cheryl Shazras had another moment. Aditya Fauzi was leading the way, and Akid Aziz actually crossed the start-finish line in first place going into the final lap. But that's where Husni really took things to task. Yeah, Fazrul Sham crashes out. Akid Aziz is there, but 143 is in perfect position.
Yeah, he was in perfect position, and so was Wayu Aji. Dimas Julie also in really good position, but got clattered off at the exit of the final turn.
Husni Zainal comes through to take his second win of the season, and just by millimetres, Wayu Ajitrilaksana gets ahead of Akid Aziz and Ahmad Afif Amran. There is your winner for Zia LFN HB 969, Husni Zainal Fauzi.
Wow, he's going to take some stopping.
Muhammad Akid Aziz.
Akid Aziz.
In second place.
There's a smile there, but it's a forced smile. Akid, it's his first podium.
And your race winner from ZRLFN HP 969
Big smile for
MCR
Waiwaji Trelaksana,
34, Husni Zainal Fadzi.
team owner for his Race Tech 60 team.
And the best team for Underbone 150 race
And
1.
for the second time in 3 races, climbing to the top of the podium, Husni Zainal Fadzi.
As we prepare for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia.
A proud moment for the 23-year-old who is really beginning to make a mark this season. You don't win championships early on, but my word, it helps, doesn't it?
Sparkling start for Husni.
Yasuhide Hirai, the managing director of Idemitsu Lube Malaysia, handing out the prizes.
In second place, from Race Tech 60 Racing, from Indonesia, Wahyu Aji
P2
Trilaksana.
for a very, very, very happy Wahyu Aji Trilaksana.
And your race
He
winner
knows how to
from
win titles.
ZRLFN HP 969 MCR RBT 34 from Indonesia, Husni Zainal Fadzi.
And a second win in 3. And a very, very happy team, the ZRLFN team. As you say, they've won all 3 races so far. That kind of dominance is very, very unusual. Sujit Kumar, the FIM Asia Vice President, hands out the team award to the LFN HB 969 team.
And Mr. Sujit Kumar to take a photo with our race winners.
Confirmation, Akid Aziz, pits bike in P3. Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, Race Tech 60 into Husni Zainal Fadzi, the championship leader. Early days, 3 races of 12, 1/4 of the way through the season already though, Barry.
Stop it.
There's a nice one. That'll be in the Indonesian social media within the next few seconds. And there is your championship leader, 24 points clear of Akid Aziz and Ahmad Afif Amram on 38 points. Kupita Kreshna on 36. Aditya Fauzi up to 32 for SND Factory Racing. Wahyu Aji Trilaksana comes into 31. Even Fahmi Bassam, even though he's missed this race, interesting to see how they fix his bike for tomorrow. And Nazrul Izzat on 28. That is a high, high quality top 8.
Certainly is. Studded every one of them.
Okay, let's get some post-race reaction. A delighted Husni Zainal will be speaking to Daniel Bogas.
All right, Husni, it's another fantastic result in round 1, victory and a great result for the team. This time round, a great start to the weekend. Tell us about this race.
Ya, terutama saya mengucapkan syukur, alhamdulillah kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, kepada tim semua, kepada my big boss, mekanik, kru. yang sudah terlibat di balapan ini. Dan untuk balapan race kali ini alhamdulillah membuahkan hasil yang cukup baik. Ya mudah-mudahan di race 2 besok Alpi bisa mempertahankan posisi dan berdiri di podium 1 ini lagi. Amin.
So what he was saying is that first of all, big thanks, praise above, and as well a big thank you to the mechanics, to the team, to the big boss, to everyone involved for this race. And he's hoping that for tomorrow's race he can maintain this position and meet us here once again on the podium. Congratulations once again, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, Daniel. And to be fair, the big boss is a big boss for the LFN racing team. Okay, we take a short break. We're a little bit behind schedule, but when we come back, we move on to the Asia Production 250cc category. That is coming next at the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Sepang International Circuit in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu.
Round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. We are in Malaysia. This is day 1 of 2 days of racing, and we move on to the Asia Production 250cc category, where a youngster called Fadila Abi Aditama picked up back-to-back wins in round 1 in Buriram. Barry Russell, he is certainly a new name for us and a man to look out for.
Yeah, he has had World Championship experience. This is where he is going to be plying his trade. He hasn't had a whole lot of experience around here at Sepang, actually. And his grid position perhaps reflects that, because he's starting, in his case, you have to say, down in 7th.
He certainly is. He will be down in 7th. We'll get a closer look at that. There is the circuit, the 2 long straights from turn 14, round 15, and onto the start-finish line. They are the significant portions of this circuit. You get that right and you're in good nick. Okay, I think we can go down to the scrum. That is the grid, and Daniel Bogas is down there to get us some pre-race thoughts.
So we're sticking with the hot and sticky theme here on track. Again, there's a lot of cloud cover, so it's not as hot as we usually expect in Sepang, but the humidity is quite intense. Nevertheless, we're going to have a chat with a couple of our riders here. We got Chao Vietnam, who has been putting on a good performance. So, Chao Vietnam, you have been in Sepang many times already. You know the circuit very well, and look where you are, second on the grid. Tell us what we can expect from you in this race.
Yeah, I will try follow the Yamaha bike, and we will see until the end of the race because they have the good power. But my bike smoothly, and I think half of race we can be faster.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head down to the second row to someone who's been really consistent with his brand new team. It's Galang Hendra Pratama. Now, Galang this season is with his own team, actually, that he formed up for this season. And we're going to have a chat with him. So, Galang, this season has been a pretty good start. He's been consistently in good qualifying and hopefully this time a good performance as well, again in the race. How are you finding it with your new team?
Okay, so from Buriram, we don't stop to develop, and also we try to always reset the new setup. And now until the qualifying, we will still working for the suspension setup. And let's see, in this race, I can have the good setup for the race or not, but I will try to survive and attack every lap.
So that's your bike. What do you think of the weather this weekend?
I think it's really difficult to predict here. You know, sometimes the first sector is dry and the other sector is wet. So just send it and full gas.
Love that. Good luck for this race. Now we're going to head to the side of Galang Hendra. I'm going to make it away behind him, away from the crowds, people. We're going to head to one of the star Malaysian riders in this class. Well, a rider who's making a name for himself once again. It's Izam Iqmal for Victor Racing. So Izam, this weekend has been an interesting one. We saw in round one you were getting used to the bike, getting used to the team. And this time it seems like we're starting to see you almost at your best again. Can you tell us how this weekend has been?
First of all, I want to say thank you to the boss. I got a new bike for this round. So yeah, I'm very happy to make a good lap time, but we need to find more in the race. So will be hard, or we will see the situation is what, and I hope I can finish on the podium.
Thank you so much, Izam. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Desmond.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, Izam will start on P6 on the second row of the grid. Quite rightly, though, you pointed out that Fadila Abi Aditama for Astra Honda Racing will only be starting on P7 on the third row of the grid. And he's the championship leader. Here's your man on pole position, though, Rich Takahira for the TY Antares racing team. This is a talented racer, Barry.
He is, and the props to the team as well, Des, because this is not a full factory-supported team, and they've done a fantastic job with a talented Japanese rider. There's Chandra Humawan. He was good in round one. Looks solid all weekend here, starting from the front row alongside Reach and Chao Vietnam. And here's a really fancied rider from Thailand, the number 39 there, that's Kritapat Kenkum, starting really confident. He's so full of self-belief, it's disturbing. I had quite a long chat with him yesterday.
P2 in Buriram on the second time out, and
yeah. Pole.
Yeah.
So there is Fadila Abi. I think starting from P7 is gonna be okay. It'll enable him to get away close to the front, and I think during the course of the race he will sort things out. There's his teammate, youngster, I think he's at 16, Davina Brittani.
Third and ninth in Buriram, first time out, and again Astra Honda, they do their level best to develop racers and move them onwards. It's a really good development team. And next to Davino Brittani, Murabel Vitoni. He was making the transition from the 150s up to the 250s and making a fine old fist of it.
Yeah, as are his team, because this is the first time we've seen LFN in AP250s. He was quickest on combined times yesterday. There's Irfan Ardiansha, familiar name to AP250 fans, and great to see him back. He's starting down in 10th, His form over the weekend indicates better than that, so let's see what he can do.
Faris Putra will be alongside him. That wasn't Faris, this one's Faris. Faris Putra, bike number 31 for Cardinals Factory Yamaha Racing Team, a 2:24.484, so just over a second outside the pole sitter Rich Takahira. So as you quite rightly said, this is going to be pretty competitive. And then the first of the Kawasaki's, which is Aiki Iyoshi for Motul Kawasaki Sniper Mantech, 2:24.7. Looked reasonable in practice.
Yeah, and you'll remember, Des, that he nearly won both races.
5,000 and 15,000 or something, wasn't it? Crazy close. In fact, I called him winning it.
Yeah, wishful thinking can distort your eyesight, but my goodness, that was close.
27 on the grid. Nice full grid, makes it nice and competitive. There is some quality. To see how the Astra Honda of Fadila Arbi coming up from the third row. That'll be one of the things that we're really looking for. So this is the formation lap and a chance for us to run through all the runners and riders. Rich Takahira for TY Antra's racing team on pole alongside Chao Vietnam of Honda Racing Vietnam, who's fourth in the championship standings, and Chandra Herwan from Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
And on row 2 we've got Galang Hendra now running his own team very successfully. Starts P4, Kritapat Cancun, new star for Yamaha Thailand P5, and 6 is a Mick Mal for Victor Racing.
Looking for 3 wins in a row is Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda Racing alongside his young teammate Davino Brittani, Astra Honda Racing, and Murabil Vitoni making the step up from 150s for Yamaha LFN HP 969.
A little bit out of position in my opinion. The number 16 starts 10th, Irfan Ardiansha. Next to him, Faris Putra Fadil, and outside of him, Aiki Iyoshi.
On to row 5, and Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Yamaha is in P13, local Malaysian. Aldiaz Aksal, he looked impressive at times yesterday for Yamaha BAF Yamalube in P14. And Gao Jiang for Team One for All from China in P15.
Starting 16th on row 6, the returning Andy Mohammed Fadli. Good to see him back and improving. Fadil Al-Ghassani Priadi next to him, and starting 18th, Irfan Haikal.
On row 7, Kevin Samarkantil, Idemitsu Honda Racing India alongside Hu Tri from Honda Racing Vietnam, their second competitor, and Jiang Shunjiang from TY Antaraz Racing Team, same team as the pole sitter Rich Takahira.
Yeah, from Vietnam, Tonam Pu starts 22nd for STG Hawk Pro. Next to him, starting 23rd, Alfred Sablaya and Johan Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India.
Singapore's Jazil Jerami for Team ACR, starting P25. He'll be hoping to get towards the top 10 if possible. Team One for All's Liu Guangyan in 26, and Yong Nangtse for Victor Racing Team from Hong Kong, China is in P27. And it's only really the Guangyan and Nangtse who didn't put in really competitive times during qualification. Even them, they're getting up to speeds of 190, 200 kilometers an hour. There is the team manager of TY Antaraz Racing Team, and Rich Takahira is the man he's really putting his belief in.
Yeah, he is, and with some justification. Unfortunate, they were unlucky. Well, Sun Jiang crashed twice in 2 races. Rich Takahira had a flat tyre in race 1, so they're looking for a smile from Lady Luck this time around.
Bike 93, Fadila, he's the man to keep an eye out as he comes extreme right of your screen before we change shot. He will just settle in to P7. Everybody looks settled in their starting block. Red lights, when they go off, we are underway. 8 laps of the Sepang International Circuit. Takahira's got off to a steady start, as has Chandra. But Takahira, I think, will be leading into this first corner. The drone shot shows a nice shot overhead. Galang Hendra's made a really strong start. In fact, it's Galang Hendra who has the lead.
Coming through beautifully from row 2. Rishi Takahira having another look around the outside as they go into turn 2 for the first time.
Oh, Galang was able to really accelerate away. He's gone a bit wide there. Is he able to cut back and cut through? Yes, he is. Galang Hendra holds on to P1. Well, that's an impressive start from Galang.
I think that's Izam up there as well. No, my mistake. But Pat coming through as well. He's about P6 at the moment, but Rishi Takahira into the lead ahead of Galang.
And Murabul Batoni is there in P3 as well. LFN are really putting an awful lot of effort in. Galang Hendra is there. It's great to see so many Indonesians competing at the top level. Takahira for Japan, though, is the man who's leading the way. And Chandra Hermawan on the Yamaha for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's in the mix as well. This is going to be a competitive season, Barry Russell.
Yeah, this group is really looking interesting now. I think Faris Putra is at the back of this front group. I think that's how it's going to work out. Let's see. But on that very distinctive Cardinals machine.
The one we haven't seen is the championship leader, number 93, Fadila Arbi.
I think
there he is.
Yeah,
just pokes in P5.
Behind Chandra and in front of Izam Iqmal, who started really well as well for Victor Racing.
A little bit spread out as we come to turn number 14, which leads us into the first of the long straights behind the grandstands. And it is the TY Antares of Rishi Takahira that leads the way. Galang Hendra just behind him, Murabul Vitoni, Chandra, and Fadil is there. And bike 124, Izam has made a move inside Chandra. If he can hold that line, he'll be in P4 as they come through at the end of the first lap.
And isn't it good to see Galang Hendra back at the front? And this time doing it for his own team, doing it his way, and it's working.
Well, he takes one line. He takes Takahira with him. Also going with them is Izam Iqmal.
Oh, and look at Izam. He took it as far to the limit as he could, but he made it work.
There was an intake of breath from my right-hand side from Barry Russell then. And Izam has made it work, and he's got himself into the lead under pressure. Chandra is also right on his coattails. And again, I'm looking to see Fadila. He's worked himself nicely into that little pack. No real problems for Fadila Arbi in P5.
Yeah, Rishi Takahira pushing hard there. His foot came off the peg and it looked very much as though he was trying to kick the rider inside him. But Murabul Vitoni now going through to have a look at the clean air in front.
There was a lot of dust kicked up at the last
I think it's
corner.
from the oil spill cleanup.
Yeah, okay. Just poking out there is 124 Izam Iqmal for Victor Racing Team, the young Malaysian. And Chandra, bike 88, lucky for some. And 157 leads the way, which is Murabul Vitoni, but leads the way only temporarily. They come up this turn 9 and into this long right-hander.
Yeah. Arbi coming up to threaten as well now. Rishi Takahira, oh, that's Shanshin Jang gone down, and he's gone down heavily. Hopefully he's okay. Teammate and team owner of TY Antares. Different story at the front, whereas other rider is leading.
And looking good. AP 250s, you won't quite have the power to get away, particularly for Fadila, who's got that rev cut due to the rules that they have to make this AP 250 competitive.
Isn't it good when you get so many young riders through? I mean, look at this group. Rishi Takahira, Izam Iqmal, Murabul Vitoni, riders that are coming into the class for the first time and leading.
Quarter of the way through the race, it will actually be Murabul Vitoni who leads the way, stepping up. Behind him is Rishi Takahira. Behind them, I'm just having a look at the Kawasaki's. Always interested to see how the Kawasaki's are doing. Not particularly brilliantly at the moment. Andy Fadley is down in P15. And I think he's the best of the Kawasaki's, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Aiki Miyoshi in P17. Up at the front though, oh, hitting the front for the very first time. The Astra Honda Racing Team, Fadila Arbi Aditama, looking to make it 3 wins in a row. And this would be impressive in this company.
He's got Chandra and Takahira going with him, and Galang Hendra. Paris Putra doing it. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's the dust again, isn't it?
That's the dust. That's the dust, not the oil. Oh.
It's very discombobulating, but leading the way once again is Fadila Arbi. And he's looking very, very tight, very clean. Arbi goes through. Behind them, it's a good battle. Chandra 88 looks out. Murabul Vitoni 157. Galang Hendra 56. Galang was leading the way at one stage. And bike 69, Aldiaz Axal also makes a run for the Yamaha BF Yamalube team.
Yeah, great work for Yamaha BAF Yamalube, Galang's team. They've got to be pleased with this. He said on the grid with Daniel that they were improving the bike all the time. Takahira coming up to have another look at the race leader and championship leader, Fadila Arbi.
I'm going to say Fadila just looks so composed, so neat, so tidy, so confident. Murabul Vitoni comes and has a little look, as does Galang Hendra. It's Indonesia 1, 2, 3 as they come into turn 15 for the 3rd time. Pushed a little bit wide that time was Fadila Arbi, and it'll be Chanda Herwaman who leads the way coming through at the end of lap number 3, but they're just looking out.
Galang sweeping out wide this time around. Fadila has got the line. Aldiaz just behind him now.
This lap takes us to the halfway point, and plenty have actually shown their abilities. Chandra, of course, we've seen. We had Takahira at the front for a long time, bike 144. Murabul Vitoni has consistently been in the top 3. Bike number 69. Aldiaz is also just beginning to make his presence felt as they once again go through the sand that is kicked up.
Yeah. We both got it right that time, Des. Oh, that was a nice move by Reach Takahira. Just going through on Murabul then.
First time we've seen Irfan Ardians here as well. You mentioned earlier on you thought he was a little bit low down in terms of qualification. Irfan, he's got himself up into the top 6 or 7, bike 16, just edging out.
Yeah, there he goes. He's just getting inside. In fact, inside both of the BAF machines of Aldiaz and Galang.
But it is still Fadila Arbi who is leading the way. Astra Honda, they do pick him. They do get good racers. And Fadila Arbi looking for a 3rd straight win. Chandra is there. Irfan Ardiansa.
He's got Kritapat behind him. Kritapat really fancies this, but he's some way back at the moment.
Yeah, he's not really made a move at the moment, has he? The one who has done is Irfan Heikel for the SCK Honda Racing Team, bike 21. He's got himself into this leading group of 8, which is fine. There he is, just edging out, maybe down in P10 as Galang Hendra goes wide, but this is almost Underbone-ish how congested it is.
It is. I was just thinking the same thing. And Isam Iqmal hasn't given up either. He's there. Irfan Ardiansa has moved up.
Fadila leads the way at the halfway point.
Irfan Heikel coming up into contention as well. This is why I was looking for Irfan Ardiansa, because he's so aggressive.
Just so long as you're in the mix with 2 laps to go. What are we? 0.76 of a second between 1 and 7. Nizam just a little bit off the pace there. Galang Hendra also just beginning to drop down a little bit. Not massively.
Nizam dropping down as well.
Van Heikel is up into the top 10. But 1 through 12, just less than 2 seconds separating them. Chao Vietnam is being dropped just a little bit. Chao Vietnam was P2 in qualification, was lapping at 2:23.5. He's not really been able to make any real presence, the bike number 65.
No, his pace wasn't very good yesterday. It was off, but he did have a good qualification.
You just saw him at the edge of the second group of riders. Now the first three just beginning to edge away a little bit. Is Murabul Vitoni able to close the gap? Yep, the answer is yes. Irfan Ardiansa comes through into P2. Nizam Iqbal goes up the hill. It's not the perfect position to be.
Start like a rocket and shift like...
This leading group. They are trying to stretch a little bit. To the RV. Oh, and down goes. Is that reach?
65, Chao Vietnam.
Oh.
Chao Vietnam, we thought he was strong. I suspect he was just pushing a little bit too hard to try to stay close. But Chao Vietnam is into the gravel and out of the points. Slides away, the sparks are flying.
Didn't take anyone with him, which was a good thing, but his race is done. Unfortunate for the Vietnamese rider. Almost a Vietnamese veteran.
Yes. And we've seen his progress, but he's out of this race. Our focus is on Fadila Abi Aditama, who comes through in P1. 71 drops out. That's Liu Gangguan for Team One for All, the Chinese. He wasn't in any danger of making points. Nonetheless, he would like to get some completed races. But this is the battle that's really turning out to be number one. Irfan Ardiansa struggling to keep up with the pace of the front two.
I think finding his pace is Kritapat, number 39. There he is. Coming up onto the back of Irfan.
Fadila Abi regularly in the 224s, best lap of 224.073, last lap 224.373. Irfan Ardiansa just posted a 224.0.
That was a really fast move by Reach Takahira to go through to the front once again and immediately put a gap between him and Harvey. Let's see how long it takes him to close that down.
Takahira had did not finish in 0 points in Buriram. So this performance at Sepang is a humongous leap forward. Is he able to hold on? Kritipat, as you say, has got himself up into P4, the tie, bike 39.
It's a really tight line then, so that seems to show that he's got a lot of control and maybe a little bit in hand there.
Murabul Vitoni tries to stay close to him. Irfan Ardiansa is there. Fadila Abi is the man chasing the TY Antares of the pole sitter Rich Takahira. Great shot coming down. Right then, what drag will you get? They've got 3 rehearsals. Well, this is the first of 3 rehearsals. And Abi, well, he used the slipstream pretty well there to edge himself into P1. Took Irfan Ardiansa with him, and Galang Hendra nice and tight. Moves into P4.
Yeah, Takahira lost a lot of ground there in the slipstream on the previous straight.
Bike number 21 at the tail there. Irfan Heikel is just a little bit off the pace. So it's down to anyone from these 9 on the last 2 laps.
Yes, and Galang hanging on well in that lead group.
This is terrific. But Fadila Abi just looks a class apart. There's the lap improvement times of Izam Iqbal in his last 6 laps. 2:23.4 his fastest. 2:23.4 I think is the fastest lap of the race.
Really close, looking at the lap times, as you would expect from looking what's happening on the track. RB leading, Irfan looking aggressive just inside him.
Loving how this is building up. Irfan Ardiansa, bike 16, has a look on the inside. And you also mentioned that coming through is 39, Kritipat. And Murabul Vitoni not far away, and neither is the pole sitter Rich Takahira. Gosh, call this one, Barry Russell.
And Izam really giving it a go. Happy with his bike. Obviously happy with Victor Racing Team.
Kritapat's inside 2:24. Galang Hendra inside 2:24. Might be a little bit far behind Galang Hendra, bike 56. Although he's got himself ahead of Rich Takahira.
Yeah, Rich just fading a little bit in this last lap and a half.
Needs to get a little bit closer to the front men. TY Antares team looking on a little bit nervously. Their man is at the moment in P7, and Fadila Arbi is looking to make it 3 wins out of 3. If he does it under this pressure, it'll be a terrific performance. Remember, he started in P7, Irfan Ardiansa inside of him, but it will be Fadila Arbi as they come into the final lap, who has the lead, and the Astra Honda Racing racer is leading the way, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Kritipat takes the outside lane.
Blocked off.
Fadila sees it. He outsmarted Kritipat in Buriram as well.
Kritipat had to take evasive action, and he slammed on the brakes and lost 4 or 5 places.
I think this is racing at World Championship level that gives you those skills.
At the racing line as well, Irfan Ardiansa is the man who's staying closest. Murabul Vitoni also not too far away. Izam Iqbal, as you quite rightly said, bike 124, has moved himself into P2, but is anybody good enough to get past Fadila Arbi?
Indeed, are we going to see Victor Racing on the podium? Look at Izam Iqbal in number 2. He's giving chase to RB now.
Izam Iqbal, Victor Racing takes a slightly tighter line, but Fadila Arbi just looks so secure, so neat and so tidy. And he's got himself, what's that, 10-15 meter lead as Izam loses P2.
It's classy, isn't it?
Murabul Vitoni steps up.
He's had his wings clipped a little bit with that 200 RPM rev cut, but it doesn't show.
This is mighty impressive from Fadila Arbi, but is it impressive enough to make it 3 wins out of 3 at the start of this season? Bike 93 is the man everybody is chasing, and I mean everybody. There are some good riders there. Murabul Vitoni 157, Irfan Ardiansa 16. Is that
Takahira coming back through?
Has he timed this perfectly, Takahira? Evasive action. Let's get out and let's get back in close to the grandstand.
Yeah, going wide is RB. Everybody else fans out. Is a Iqbal on the inside.
RB closes this. There is contact. Izam is one of those, but I tell you what, Fadila Arbi is going to come through to make it 3 wins out of 3. Irfan Ardiansa takes a different line, but look at that. Fadila Arbi Adidama for Astra Honda makes it 3 out of 3. Ahead of Irfan, Izam P3. Rich Takahira comes through in 4. Irfan Heikel gets himself P5.
Beautiful job by Fadil. You could pretty much say a class apart. That's not good to see.
Doctors quickly on site.
Yeah, just need to move that bike carefully. Of course, that incident is under investigation. But yeah, a class apart perhaps. Fadila Arbi Aditama.
Terrific move on the last straight. As we come in here, is it Chanda Hermawan, who's taken out. Well, Murabil Vitoni is the man who I think is in trouble. Well, 3 casualties, 1, 2, 3, 4 casualties on the final corner. But Victor Racing, well, they can, I think, really celebrate.
Yep. I was hoping when I said it, are we going to see Victor Racing on the podium? I was hoping it wasn't a commentator's curse. Well, it wasn't. Congratulations to Victor Racing team.
Your winner, Fadila Arbi Aditama, Astra Honda Racing, in a really competitive race. This was a class performance. He kept himself out of danger, and the evasive action, he almost led them on a merry dance coming down the penultimate straight. He had a lot of time to negotiate the final corner, and his victory is quite impressive.
Yeah, 6/10 in this class is big margin.
For P2, well, completely different lines. Irfan Ardiansa for SCK Honda ahead of Victor Racing's Izam Iqbal.
Yeah, good to see SCK on the podium too.
Obviously, we'll get you an update on the injuries later on, but no investigation. I don't think there's any problem. Certainly not with the winner, Fadila Arbi. 3 wins out of 3 for Astra Honda Racing Team. Ahead of the SCK Honda of Irfan Ardiansa, 6/10 clear, 400 clear of Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing. Rich Takahira, that's a good 13 points for him in P4. Irfan Haikal Amidi for SCK Honda. Well, a P2 and a P5 for the SCK Honda Racing Team. Galang Hendra looked impressive right from the off on bike 56, 1.9 seconds down. Davino Brittani for the second Astra Honda Racing. Great experience for him for P7. Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor in P8. Gao Jiang team 1 for all. We didn't give him much love, but a P9 for him. The best of the Kawasaki is Eoki Aoshi in 10. Faris Putra for Cardinals Factory Racing in 11. Head of Murabil Vitoni, who would have hoped for better, I think, in 12. Distracted by that last corner. Fadil Al Ghassani, Yamaha Racing in 13. Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam, the best of the Vietnamese competitors in 14. Chanda Hermawan taken out on the last lap in P15. Jazil Juraimi ends up 18 seconds adrift, but just beating Adi Mohamed Fadli for 16. Kevin Quintal 18 ahead of Johan Reeves. Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. They're getting closer. Ton Ampu in 20. Alfred Sablaya for SDG Hark Pro in 21. Nang Tse finishes 22nd, nearly a minute down. Kritapat taken out on the last corner. Aldiaz also taken out on the last corner. Chao Vietnam, we saw him crash out. Guang Guam and Zhang Shun Cheng for TY Antares. Those 5 not completing the race. Well, how to stop this kid?
Well, that's a question that nobody seems to have the answer for after 3 races.
RB is the perfect hat trick now since round 1. Race 1, race 2, and now race 1 in Sepang. It was a hectic race. It was a huge group behind you, but you maintained cool. You didn't crack under pressure. Tell us about that race.
First of all, I say syukur alhamdulillah. It's been a tough weekend for me because the regulation, I need to cut the RPM. So I need to find something more from myself because of course from the torque, as you know, the Yamaha bike has more torque, and I just try to be constant. From FP1, I try to work alone. I try to focus on my pace, on my riding, and yeah, it's paid off. From FP1, FP2, FP3, I try to focus by myself. Even in qualifying, I try to focus on myself. So yeah, actually the work hard is pays because I make the win. And thank you so much to Astra Honda Racing Team to all the sponsors, to all the mechanic that already helped me a lot this round and also for the next round. Thank you so much to Indonesian people that always support me, and thank you so much. Syukur alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much. Big congratulations.
Race 1 of the weekend from the Asia Production 250cc class. Man on pole position, Rich Takahira getting off to a decent start. Galang Hendra on bike 56 getting off to a flyer, and he led into the early stages. This was almost Underbone in how competitive it was, Barry Russell, apart from the fact that we've got a genuine quality world-class racer in Fadila Arbi on bike number 93.
Yeah, he was a class apart as it turned out, but this was such a close race. Rich Takahira for TY Antares at the front, especially during the first half of the race, and was still there at the end. Galang Hendra and Irfan Ardiansyah coming back. Izan Iqmal was riding really fast, really aggressively right from the off. There he is.
So many subplots for us to be able to talk through, but once he got into the lead, you always felt that Fadila Arbi was not quite in control, but as close to being in control as you possibly could. He'd see a rival come through, he'd maybe see Rich Takahira come through and he'd respond, he'd see Irfan come through, he'd respond, he'd see Chandra come through, he'd respond.
Yeah, and Murabel Vitoni, and keep going. There were many, many challenges here.
Coming into the penultimate lap, and we'd seen Takahira drop off the pace a little bit, but Takahira would come back into the reckoning. Really good for TY Antares. They didn't pick up any points in Buriram. They've genuinely made themselves competitive here. Pole position and a P4 for the bike number 44. But again, I ask you the question, how do you stop Fadila Arbi? Because he controlled it. He mentioned in his post-race interview, he had the Rev Cup because of his success. Maybe that's the only way to stop him.
He said he had to find something else from himself.
And he did.
Yeah.
So controlled. And this move on the final penultimate straight, this is the one, if we see it in the highlights, we miss it, but he went in and out and in again. He really took everybody out, and then taking people out. 4 casualties on the final corner, including Chandra Hermawan, who had been second, recovered to pick up 1 point, but it's maximum points for Fadila, and congratulations to SCK Honda, 2nd and 5th, and Victor Racing also on the podium.
Yeah, and TY Antares, another non-factory team in the top results.
In second place from Maestro NWN.
Well, Izam Iqmal thrilled to bits. He was confident before the race when he spoke to Daniel Bogas. A good performance from him. Excellent from Irfan Ardiansyah, who you picked out as one to watch. Good spot.
And the best team for AP 250 race
but
1, Astra Honda Racing Team.
Fadila Arbi, 3 wins out of 3. And we'll discuss it more after the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Anthem of Indonesia.
Second time today we've heard the Indonesian national anthem belted out. If this is in Indonesia, Mandalika, there'll be an extra verse coming in at the end of Indonesia Raya.
In third place, from Victor Racing Team,
Mr. Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Deputy President, hands the awards out to a very happy Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing Team. And you suspect there's more to come from him and them.
Yeah, new bike, he said, thanks to the boss.
Maybe get a new bike every race.
Victor Racing sometimes struggle for resources, but they did a fantastic job.
Second place to Irfan Ardiansyah. Remember, he had a difficult time on the Kawasaki, but now Irfan was looking pretty good back on the Honda. But Fadila Arbi is looking supremely good. It's only a quarter of the way through the season, but it's win twice in Buriram, win once now in Sepang. The best team presentation handed out by Toyokazu Handa, the managing director of Idemitsu Asia Pacific. And we're very appreciative to Idemitsu, the title sponsors of the 2025 FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. And that is a very happy podium shot. Fadila Arbi, 3 out of 3 for Astra Honda, Irfan Ardiansyah for SCK Honda, and Victor Racing Team in P3. And very happy Izam Iqbal. Here are the standings after 3 of the 12 races this season. 75 points for Fadila Arbi Aditama, 34 clear of Irfan Ardiansyah, 43 clear of his teammate Davino Brittani, 16-year-old ahead of Galang Hendra Pratama for his own team, the Yamaha BAF Yamalube team. Chandra Hermawan picked up a point today. You never know, that could be useful. Puts him level with Murabil Vitoni on 30 points. Chao Vietnam crashed out. He remains on 25 points for Honda Racing Vietnam. And Izam Iqbal moves into the top 8 on 23 points on the Yamaha for Victor Racing Team. 9th, Iyoshi, the best of the Kawasaki's, on 22 points, 53 points behind Fadila. Could be a tough season for Kawasaki. Kritipat, he shone through a little bit towards the end, 20 points for him. Daniel Shami on 18, Rich Takahira, 13 points for him, all from today's efforts. Van Heikel, 13 points for him. For the SCK Honda Racing Team, P5 today. Fadil Al-Ghassani in P14. And Napat Jatum for Honda Racing Thailand. Is not racing today, he's in P15. Okay, that's the AP 250s. We move up a step again. So the Super Sport 600cc after the break. The rain that threatened early on does not look like it's going to happen today. We are at the Sepang International Circuit, and coming up after the break, the Super Sport 600cc at the Asia Road Racing Championships Round 2.
Precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
A very warm welcome back to Sepang. It's the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We are live from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. The team's just getting ready for the Supersport 600cc, which will be a 10-lap race. 16 competitors. Barry Russell alongside myself, Des Corkill, talking you through the action today and tomorrow. And Barry, let's have a quick thought on where you think this is going. Well, I'll tell you where I think this is going. Kazma Daniel is looking in great nick.
I think that Kazma Daniel does look really good. He's hitting his form again. Him and Helmi were so close in qualifying and yesterday, actually. Both looking really good, but I think we're going to have another look at qualifying.
Indeed, we're going to take a look at the best of the qualifying that took place earlier on today. And 30-minute qualification sessions. Kitsada was out there early. Bike number 46, Herjan Atna Ferdaus, who stepped up from the 250 competition. And Herjan Atna was one of the first to set a time. In the end, it would only be good enough for P8, though.
Yeah, he went out initially with Adananta to try and pick up some guidelines. And that was when Anupap Samoon, the number 500 for Honda Thailand Racing Team, went out in a clash with this rider, Helmi Asman, and that is why what I was about to come on to a few moments ago is that Helmi has a ride-through penalty for that incident.
Helmi would actually go on and post a decent time as he looks back, looks suitably guilty. But Kazma Daniel was the man we were really looking for. He's come into great form in domestic competition as well as here in the Supersport 600. His bike, the Hongleong Yamaha Racing Team, looks like they've given him some machinery he can really work with. He posted a time of 2:08.709, which would be just quicker than Helmi Asman. Sharafuddin Asman coming through in P6 on the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia bike. In fact, this was really competitive. We had three riders inside 2:09 and another 5 inside 2:10.
Yeah, and Karol Idampawi Kip, who had been looking a bit lackluster yesterday and in round 1, he came through, and that was the end of the session there for Kazma Daniel, but he really made his qualifying tyres work. Smiles all round in the Hongleong Yamaha pit. Kazma is back.
Kazma indeed is back, and he's a happy chap at the best of times, and the smile is bigger than ever. There is the Sepang International Circuit. The 2 long straights, they're always the ones, but it's more than that. It's undulating, there's elevations, some tight corners. 9, 10, 11 can really sort people out if you get the turn into 9 wrong. It's a really good circuit, Barry.
It's a magnificent circuit. I think I came up with a word for it the other day and I forgot. Formidable. I think formidable. Yeah, I think it's a formidable circuit. One of the great circuits of the world, in my opinion.
Supersport 600cc. Amidst that scrum will be our own Daniel Bogus. We'll go down to him in just a moment. Some really big names here. One I'd like to look out for, though, is a new name, certainly at this level. Rocco Sessler for the Team 1 from Germany. He's qualified in P9, stepped up from TVS Asia 1 make last year. Do you think he can compete at this level?
I think he can. It's early days for him and for the team, because they're into this class for the first time. And they're against some very well-resourced, factory-supported teams. Rocco is 16 now. And Daniel's ready for us.
The grid conditions haven't changed so far for the Supersport 600. The track, I think temperatures are a bit cooler, but it's still really, really humid. We got some fans in the stands where we're going to have a chat with the man on pole position, none other than Yamaha Fastman, Kazma Daniel. Kazma, it is a really good start to your comeback season into the 600s and the perfect starting position for your home race. What can we expect from you in these conditions as well?
I also cannot expect for myself, but I just try to stay on the track always and try to be calm and try to just enjoy the race. And I hope I can go try to make a good race, podium or victory, and I will try my best, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Kasma. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head next to Kasma to another manufacturer. It's the Honda of Helmi Asman. I'm just trying to get through the sea of people real quick. There's quite a lot of people on the grid, but Helmi Asman. So Helmi, we always say the same thing. You are one of the Prince of Sepang. So right now you start on P2. It was a good pace from you, but Kasma just managed to edge you in the end. How is it looking for this race?
For this race, I just, of course, in the beginning, my plan was looking forward and on the top. But at the same time, this race I have finalized because I have some incident in qualification. So I will be in the long lap penalty. So I will try keep my momentum and try to be finished still on the podium. And I will try, this race will be tough for me and also will be hard. But anyways, I believe myself and I believe my team also make a good job. So yeah, I will try to push my maximum.
The long lap penalty is new for us in ARC. Are you planning to do the long lap penalty early or later on in the race?
Depends on situation. Just my plan just target now for go to make some break and try to make another thing. Yeah, for me it's just depends situation. So I will try to in the middle or in the beginning. So it depends.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head to row 2 to another super fast Honda, the current championship leader actually. It's Adinanta Putra, number 21 for Astra Honda Racing Team. So Adinanta, this weekend on Friday, practice was a bit difficult, but in qualifying it looked a lot better for you. Did you find something different on your bike?
Yes, I try some different setting from FP1 until FP3. Yes, we're trying a lot of things, and then finally I can choose some best setup for me, and then I choose for qualifying until now. Yeah, for result was positive also when I ride more easy, more better, and then for the race I just try to do my best and fighting from the beginning until finish. And I will try to be on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ananta. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Desmond.
Thank you very much. Yes, Adinanta Putra is top of the championship standings for Astra Honda Racing. He had a P1 and a P3 in Buriram, and he looked impressive. Let's have a look at one or two of the others. Karel Idampawi. He's always an impressive rider, Karel Idampawi. Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Only 13th and 7th though in Buriram.
Yes, he was. He wasn't on form, and really yesterday neither. But he's found something now. Wahyu Nugroho also going well this weekend.
Yamaha Racing Indonesia, a 209.412 for Wahyu Nugroho. He had a podium in race number 1 and a P5 in race number 2. Like 63 is Sharafuddin Azman from Malaysia. Idemitsu Honda Racing. A decent P6 first time round, struggled a little bit second time round, and where is he on the grid here? Sharafuddin P6 again. Is that what we can expect for him, middle of the group?
I think so, yeah. Just a little bit off the pace of his two teammates.
There's the drone shot, which gives us an opportunity to maybe see Anupab Samoon right at the very back. It was a spectacular coming off, and he'll be at the back, but you don't expect him to really... Ooh, they're the injuries from yesterday, are they?
It could be from today, but he says, I'm coming straight through. And I think that will be, well, that will certainly be something to watch in this race, will be Anupab's progress. You'll probably get through the first 5, 6 or 7 riders quite quickly, but they're so even on lap times, it's going to be difficult for him to get onto the podium, I think.
Back onto the racers themselves. Here's racer Danica Arends. He stepped up from the 250s last year, former 250 champion for Astra Honda Racing for Reza. And alongside him is his teammate, Herjan Adna, champion last time out in the 250s.
Yep, promoted to 600, making good progress. Qualified 8th.
And next to Herjan Adna, we have the man I was talking to before, the German Rocco Sessler, Good to see him back on Team One for All. P12 and P10, having qualified in 14th in Buriram. He'll be looking for incremental improvements throughout the season, I suspect.
Yeah, he will. Still just 16 years old.
He'll be on the third row of the grid. And then we've got a lot of Thai riders, 4 of them almost lumped together at the back, as well as McKinley Kalpaz, the very likable Filipino, a former Underbone champion, who's competing at the 600 cc's for Hongleong Yamaha Racing.
Yeah, he's down in 12th. He had a really good outing in Buriram. P3 in race 1 in the wet conditions. Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand is out of position, I do believe, in P10.
I think he should be better, should be higher.
Yeah.
Tanat picked himself up a P4 and a P6 in Buriram.
Yeah, he does go well here. He races in MSPK here as well. And he's won here, so not quite showing us what he's capable of at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit.
He had a DNF here though last year in this race and a P6. So let's see what they can do. Mr. Inconsistency himself, Helmi Asman in row 1. Is that right? I thought Kazma Daniel was on P1. Helmi Asman alongside him, Carol Adam Powie in P3.
Yeah, and we've got, let's just go with this. Sharafuddin Asman, Hurjanatna Firdaus and Adananta Putra. Well, just one, we're missing a button on our shirt here.
We are indeed.
I think Rocco's starting in P9.
He is indeed.
Tanat, yeah, go Des.
Reza Danica alongside Fairozi Torkatola. That's the 3rd row of the grid. I do think a little bit further down.
Yeah, starting 10th is Tanat Longpliao. Next to him will be Ferozi and Carl Paz outside of him.
And then you've got Tanat, Jakrapat, Itzara Shanjuntong, Anupab Samu, Kazma Daniel is not starting 16. At least I don't think he is. He should be on P1.
He'll be on the same side of the track.
Yes, we'll just shift him up. Apologies for that. But Kazma Daniel is the man on pole. We've certainly not heard anything to the contrary that relegates him down to P16.
Absolutely not. Well earned, clean as a whistle. Kazma Daniel will start from pole position.
Domestically, his form has been good, but he is Mr. Inconsistent, DNF and a win for the bike number 27 in Buriram. Let's see what he brings this time. Adhanancha Putra, by real contrast, is a man of real consistency.
Yeah, he's starting 4th, but I just got the feeling through this weekend that he's just getting himself ready for the race. He's starting from the front of row 2. Is good enough to put him in contention.
Runner-up in the championship last year in this competition, to a man who's gone up to the thousands, Apiwat Wang Tananon. So Adhanancha Putra will be hoping that he can become the new champion. He's made a good start, 10 points clear from Anupab Samoon. He'll be starting right at the very back. And bike number 32, Helmi Asman, will have that long lap penalty, which is it's a good introduction from ARRC as one of the penalties. It doesn't kill your race.
No, that's right. And he's got a few laps to decide when he does it. And that number 500 there, his team looking on, is going to be just going absolutely flat stick from the moment the lights go out. Anupab Samoon.
He starts right at the very back in P16. Kazma Daniel, bike number 27, at the very front. To the right of our screen, let's see if Kazma can turn a brilliant qualification into a solid start. Anupab Samoon tries to get off to an absolute flyer right the way from the back. at the front. Kazma Daniel is under pressure, but he will go into the first corner in P1, the young Malaysian. He'll chop off everybody else, and bike number 21 is also in there. That's Adananta Putra. But good for Kazma and a flyer for Anupab.
Yeah, it was. We're looking back there from Helmi's bike to Vayu Nugroho, number 89. So that was a good launch there.
Anupab immediately has made 3 places. But it's Kazma who leads the way. 44 behind him is Karolidon Pawi. Karolidon Pawi and Kazma Daniel look like they've got off to a super start. Lovely shot over the top. When, if you're Helmi Asman, when do you think you take that longer ride through? Early?
No, I don't think he will. I think he'll leave it a little bit just to get his eye in, I think, before he does it. But this is much better from Karolidon Pawi. This is the best we've seen him all weekend in this half lap or so. We've been watching him.
Championship leader Adananta Putra for Astra Honda Racing is there in P4 ahead of Vayu Nugroho. 2 Indonesians together. And behind them, Reza Danika's trying to make a move.
Yeah, that's Reza. Solid start from Adananta. He needs just to get onto the back of Helmi Asman's Honda.
These front 3 are really pulling away. Kazma is setting a torrid pace. Sector 2 time of 29.6. Only Karolidon Pawi is sticking with him. Vayu Nugroho at 29.9. The front 3 are 0.3 quicker over sector 3 than all the racers behind them.
Yeah, I think Helmi's going to leave it and done a couple of laps.
Ooh,
and
Kazma.
there's a mistake from Kazma.
Forced really wide, really lost it an awful lot there. Has held on to P3 just about Kazma. He did brilliantly to hold on to it in the end.
He did. I thought he was going to lose more places than that. He's got Adananta for company now, and Vayu Nugroho. Virgin Atna coming up alongside his teammate, Reza Danica RNs. Anupab, I don't think making the progress we might have expected at this stage.
Got himself up into P12. Got McKinley Cal Paz ahead of him, and Sarafuddin Asman and Fairozi Torkatullah. But Helmi has gone into the lead. This is interesting. Oh, this is tough for Helmi. If he is in the lead and you have to take the long lap, you just see everybody disappear away from you.
Yeah, how many places will he lose from that? If he did it at the moment, he'd lose probably 5 or 6 places.
He's really going for it at the moment.
That's all he can do.
Sector 1 inside 2:14. Only Karolidon Pawi has been able to match that kind of pace through that first sector. Kazma Daniels recovered after that nervy turn 15.
Well, that makes it more interesting. The leader has to do a long lap penalty. The leader from the start has made an error and put himself back into 3rd. That's put him within range of Adananta Putra.
Anupab still not being able to break into the top 10 yet, but this is a fearsome pace being set by Helmi. Fast in sector 3, 39.1. That's 0.3 quicker than just about everybody else. 0.4 quicker than the guys from Adananta Putra downwards.
Yeah, it's...
Anupab has a move on the inside of McKinley Cal Paz. Anupab moves up into the top 10. Reza Danica is just forced a little bit wide, tries to look for a cutback.
I think that was his own teammate doing it to him then. There comes Anupab.
Indeed, ahead of Fairozi and ahead of McKinley Cal Paz. Kazma Daniel got himself back up into P2 ahead of Karolidon Pawi. Helmi Asman, fastest lap set. He's trying to give himself every opportunity to make points, Helmi.
Absolutely the right thing to do, tactically.
Reminder, bike number 32 will have to serve a long lap. Does he go early? Does he go late? Adananta Putra and Herjan Atna for Astra Honda Racing are in the mix. This is a quality field.
Yeah, this is good from Herjan. We knew he had it in him, but it's good to see it this early in his career as a 600 rider.
You mentioned you thought Tanat was a little bit too low placed with P10. Tanat's got himself up into P6 now. That's bike number 31. That's in the group behind, but we're just looking the pace being set by Helmi Asman. Kazma will be aware that Helmi has got that penalty to serve.
Sorry, Kazma. His pace is good, but nobody's anywhere near Helmi's pace at the moment. You can see it there on that shot. It's really easy to see, but he's going to have to make an executive decision very soon to come in. When he does come back, he's going to find himself probably with Tanat and Herjan and Razor.
But nonetheless, he's giving himself as much opportunity as he possibly can.
Yeah, fair play to him. He's doing everything he can.
Full focus. It's Malaysia 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Khalid Ampawi goes through into P3 as they come through. A crash. Jack Ripat is out. That must have been at the back. Kazma Daniels just posted a 2:10.2, which is the fastest lap of a 2:09.882 actually is the new fastest lap from Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, so Kazma maybe thinking, perhaps I can't wait, perhaps I missed something.
Half a second down on Helmi, whose fastest lap is 2:10.0. Great to see Kazma back. Didn't like to see him struggle last season on the 1000s, but he's looked like he's got his confidence back. Now the Yamaha of Wayonugroho currently in P5 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Tanat, as you quite rightly say, is in P6. Anupop not been able to make the ground that you expected, that we expected, Barry Russell.
That's right. Yeah, pace being set here. The rider's all the way down to P10. That is Anupop in the 210s. And McKinley Carp Paz only just outside. So Anupop's going rapidly, but so is everybody else, and that's his problem.
I'm wondering if Khalid Ampawi is holding up Adnan Putra, or whether or not he just can't get closer to Kazma in the front too. Kip's fastest time, 10.5, 2:10.5. Adnan Putra, 2/10 quicker than him over the lap. When do you make the move? That's where you serve the long lap, so he's going to wait until mid-race at the very least.
Yeah, it's psychologically it's so difficult because it's so good to lead the race. He wants to show us what he is capable of.
Helmi Asman still has the lead for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Khalid Ampawi, his teammate in P3. It's a good home circuit for the three local boys at the moment. Behind them, Adanantru Wayonugroho and Herjan Atna in P7. And Adanantru at last makes the move.
Yeah, there he comes. Just looked as though he was getting faster and Kip was getting a little bit slower. And meanwhile, just ahead of them, Kazma is getting close to Helmi, who may well do his long lap this time around. I don't think he's going to gain anything from staying out longer.
Because he'll have no chance to actually make up the place as he loses. Accelerates into this Helmi, approaching the midway point of this race. The question was whether he'd go early or whether he'd go mid-race. There was no mention of him leaving it until the very, very end.
Going as late as possible, yeah.
It is the long lap penalty which you serve coming into turn 14. Adnan Putra, now he's got ahead of Khalid Ampawi. Hasn't been able to pull himself away from the Malaysian. Right, long lap.
Yeah.
That's the recommendation.
Recommendation, reminder. Helmy looks around. He knows he's got to do it. He hasn't forgotten.
So is this where he takes it? He goes wide indeed.
Yeah,
This is the long lap from Helmy Asman. So he was leading at the start of this penalty. Oh, and he can see everybody going on the inside of him. Where does he return? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Helmy Asman. It's not as bad as it might have been. In fact, he's got ahead of 46 Herjan Atna, and he will be in 6th place. Helmy Asman.
Well, he did that as well as he could have done, and he politely signalled to Kazma that he was going to do it too.
Anupab Samoon has got himself up into the top 5, so there is your new race leader, Kazma Daniel.
And you know what, this is going to motivate Anupab, because they were not best friends after that incident earlier. So I think Anupab's going to try and serve a bit of cold revenge here.
He also might just try to stick onto the back wheel of Helmy Asman, because Helmy was going terrifically quick.
Yeah.
So his speed is good. There is the camera. I was bottom left of your picture just for a moment. We've got an onboard camera with Helmy Asman, and he had Anupab, well, very, very close to him. This is fun, in inverted commas.
So that long lap penalty has given us a grudge match to enjoy now. Here we go.
There is P6, Helmy Asman. He's 1.2 seconds down on Tanat ahead of him. So that will be the first target for him. Kazma Daniel, in the meantime, is posting quick laps. He still has the fastest lap.
And Kip trying to make it. Idemitsu Honda Malaysia Racing 1-2.
Tanat gets ahead of Wayunagroho. Right then, Anupab around the outside of Helmy Asman, and they have closed up on the riders ahead of them. It was 1.2 seconds. Let's wait until the end of the lap before we really get what the differential will be. But Helmy has dragged Anupab Samoon with him. That was the corner where they had the contretemps. Kazma leads, Hadanantaputra in 2 ahead of Karolidin Pawi, Tanat 4, Wayunagroho 5. Helmy has lost out to Anupab Samoon. Anupab in P6 from the back of the grid. Helmy looks for the switchback, it's not on there.
Anupab's times have been quick all the way through, as you might expect.
34.0 on that last sector. But they're 1.2 seconds down. They haven't made the impact on Wayunagroho and Tanat that it looked like they were making. 4 laps to go. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, they're probably a little bit preoccupied with each other given the earlier incident. And a little bit of bad blood that's still bubbling away there.
Well, we're focusing on that. I can tell you Hadanantaputra's closed a little bit closer to Kazma Daniel. The race for P1, as we focus on the race for P6, but the race for P1 is beginning to spice up a little bit as well.
Yeah, probably wants that position back, doesn't he?
Rapt attention for both of the crews.
Yeah. They can see the humour in the situation.
Anupab is there. He was forced out, didn't get a qualification time, so we'll start late on tomorrow. We've got a casualty.
That is Astra Honda's.
Is it Reza?
Reza, yeah, I think it's Reza.
Reza Danica into the gravel pit. In the meantime, I tell you what, Hadanantaputra is closing in. Although we're focused very much on this Helmy Asman Anupab battle, Hadanantaputra is starting to make a move. There we see it. Kazma has been leading the way. has been in the leading group right from the very start, but Idemitsu looks like he wants to have a little look on the inside. Decides not to. He knows he's got time. Idemitsu is the only man with podium positions in both races so far this season. Looking good for 3 podiums in a row. But will it be 1, 2 or 3?
Well, we know his determination. He's shown it all the way through last season. This is his 3rd season now in Supersports.
Runner-up in this category last season, Idemitsu for Astra Honda Racing. But Kazma is back on form. Kazma is back feeling confident. I saw him racing Underbone 150s a couple of weeks ago, Kazma, and he went there as well, in the rain.
Variety is the spice. We're talking about him stepping down from Superbikes to 600s, but yeah, so another big leap down to Underbones.
And now he's under pressure from Idemitsu, and Idemitsu is just beginning to put the pressure on Kazma Daniel, who loves these confrontations, but sometimes buckles under the pressure. Behind them, Anupab has got right the way close there to, well, Wayuaji Chilaksana, Wayu Nugroho has dropped down.
Yeah, but yeah, that's Tanat ahead of him.
Brilliant race by Anupab to get himself up into P5.
Yeah, and he's just outpacing Helmi Asman right now. Helmi's pace was so hot earlier.
Best lap time still belongs to Kazma Daniel, but Anupab is closed right in on Tanat Longpliao. And then he'll have Karolidon Paui in his sights. All the while, though, Helmi Asman hasn't been dropped by Anupab. Helmi's not out of this for P5. And there's still time. There's still 2 laps after these 2 long straights.
Yeah, best lap is with Anupab,
who's up into P4.
He goes past his countryman Tanat Longpliao, or does he?
He's able to hold on.
Yeah, he's got the grunt out of the corner there.
Anupab up into P4. Kazma still leads. Karolidon Paui's looking interested once again on the tail end of Idemitsu. Anupab, he can't get onto the tail of the front 3. He couldn't go from back to front, could he?
He was the fastest rider on track again that lap. So yeah, 2 laps, 2 long laps, mind you. Maybe he can close down and put himself in podium contention. Oh, this is so absorbing. Oh look, he's getting really close now to Kip for that final podium place.
Kazma Daniel still leads the way. Kazma will be very aware of Idemitsu right on his back wheel. Meantime, Karolidon Paui, he thought, the front 3 I think, thought they had this all to themselves. A look over the shoulder there from Idemitsu. That shows you that they're aware that there's something going on behind them.
It's a 4-way podium battle now.
Helmi, who served his long penalty, he won't have to serve that tomorrow.
Yeah, Idemitsu wants to get through on Kazma and try and make his position safe, try to get the win.
We've got a lap and a half to go, and the 6 who can genuinely think of a podium. I'm not counting Anupab out of going all the way from back to front, you know, because he's putting pressure on Karolidon Paui. Maybe we're just 1 lap short for Anupab to really complete this, as once again Kazma tries to hold on. He's looking for back-to-back wins, Kazma Daniel. Idemitsu is looking for his 2nd win of the season. Anupab has a look on the inside of Karolidon Paui and goes through on the inside. Anupab takes Kip and moves into P3.
Under pressure there. Kip just got out of shape under the pressure from Anupab. Anupab maybe got an extra 10th a lap from just sheer grit.
Idemitsu genuinely interested in any gap being left by Kazma. Kazma needs to be as tight as he possibly can be. He is around 2 and 3. He's under pressure, Kazma Daniel, for Hong Leong Yamaha Racing, but he's ridden a beautiful race so far, as has Adananta. Kitsada is out. In the meantime, bar focus is on Anupab. What a race, no matter where he finishes. What a race from Anupab Samun.
Yes, attack from Anupab, attack from Adananta, and defense from Kazma. He's done a fantastic job in this race so far.
Kazma holds on. It's Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha. Honda in P4, or has Karel Dempawi lost P4? No, he's still holding on to it. Helmi Asman, meantime, can't get past Tanat. Kazma.
Oh, look at this.
Anupab on the inside as they come up the hill in P9. He made a move there. He certainly believes that he can do it. Anupab Samun, it's been brilliant from the Bike 500. It's been excellent from Kazma, though, who's been under pressure for most of this race and is still holding on to P1. Kazma Daniel ahead of Adananta Pucha. It's Malaysia, it's Indonesia, it's Thailand. It's down to these two final straights.
This is such a test that Kazma's been under, and so far it's all been good. You can see Adananta coming out of the dirty air. This is where the decision is going to be made.
Adananta goes on the outside, Anupab on the inside. Can Kazma get a ride out? Adananta Pucha has left it late, and Adananta Pucha points to #1 ahead of Kazma and ahead of Anupab Sana, Karel Dempawi and Helmi Asman. Wonderful, wonderful from Adananta. Heartbreak for Kazma Daniel.
That was one hell of a test that he was under. Right at the end, a clever move from Adananta sealed it for the win. Adananta seemed to be believing he could do that all the way through. And brilliant from Anupab. Back of the grid, 16th place through to P3 at the end. Having had his revenge along the way with Helmi Asman. There he is, the number 21. A winner once again. We saw his character all the way through, and he kept Akiwak Wongtanan on honest all the way through the 2024 season. Didn't give up right until the final flag. And well-deserved, joyous celebrations there in the Astra Honda pit. Tanak Longplao did a good job as well.
Well, there's your race result. Astra Honda Racing's Adananta Pucha wins it by 1/100th of a second, 2/10 of a second from Kazma Daniel, who led for so long but was just eased out as he tried to hug the grandstand on the penultimate straight. Just couldn't hold on. Brilliant from Adananta Pucha. Excellent performance from Kazma, but heartbreaking for him. Anupab Samun gets a podium for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, just 3/10 down on the winner. Tanat Longpiao getting the better of Karel Dempawi for P4. Helmi Asman had the long lap that he had to serve. That's a good P6 for the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia rider. 5, 6 and 7 for Idemitsu Honda as Sharafuddin comes through in 7. Herjan Akna in P8. McKinley Cal Paz Hong Leong Yamaha in P9. Rocco Sessler, a top 10 place for the Team One for All German racer. Fairozi Wainagroho down in P12. Kitsada did get up after crashing out. Sharjun Tong in P14. Reza Danica didn't complete for Astra Honda Racing.
Yeah.
That was thrilling. That truly was thrilling. Jack Repeat also, Jack Repat also not completing the race. But that battle for the front three, just absorbing.
Yeah, and it was a different front three as the race wore on. Absolutely amazing. And Anupab, a little bit of extra motivation when he saw ahead of him Helmi Asman when he did that one lap penalty. So going to be celebrations there. He was a potential winner had it not been for that crash in qualifying. But they will be delighted with that. Yeah, he is a strong, tough character.
I'll be interested to see the face of Kazma Daniel, whether or not he's happy to be in P2 or frustrated that he lost it so late. Obviously, there's nothing but delight for the tall figure of Mohammed Adananta Putra for Astra Honda Racing. We saw Anupam Sarmoon's reaction. Yeah, we'll stick with the winner for now. But the one I'm really interested to see is how Kazma Daniel has taken this, because that could be a devastating blow when you realise that somebody else has just got that ability to outwit you so late in the race.
Such a high quality field. Just look at the names running down there. But the best of them this time was, as you say, the tall rider on your screen now, Adananta Putra. It's gotten better and better since he joined this class in 2023.
Runner-up last year, clear leader this year, 19 points in a high-quality field. He's ahead. Anupam Sarmoon will be delighted with his P3. Let's go down to Daniel though and get some of the joy of the race top three.
Anupam, that was an unbelievable race. You are a warrior. You fought all the way from the back. And when you arrived at the front group, we thought, okay, if he finishes P4, P5 is enough. But you went all the way to the podium. Tell us about this race. It was unbelievable.
Yes. For me, in the morning, qualify, we are lucky. We have a touch with someone, but no problem. This is racing. But the bike is many broken. I can keep the bike to qualify. Again, cannot. But in the race, I thinking just we get the point. We get the point for championship, for the next round, for the next 4 round. But I feel happy with the bike. I feel good on the bike, and I try to put more podium. I can get the podium. PT. Thank you so much for cheer. Thank you for everyone, for message everything to me. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much. It was a fantastic race. And in second place, it was the man from pole. It's Kazma Daniel Yudin. Kazma fought an unbelievable race, but ultimately it was a charge from Adananta. Kazma, it was almost the perfect race right until the lap at turn 15. I thought you had it in the bag, but right at the end, Adananta somehow got that line. Can you tell us about this race?
For this race one, I also happy in a P2 position because also when 2019 when I ride 600, I also never win in Sepang. I always lost in the last corner and second position also, and this is my 4th time second position in Sepang. So, but yeah, I'm happy. For now, I just happy for today. Have a rezeki for tomorrow. Sure, have one more day, and I will try to break some egg, and I will try to fight until the end, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Congratulations, fantastic race. And now we're going to head to the race winner for the Super Sport 600, Adananta Putra from Astra Honda. And once again, he is Mr. Consistent. Adananta, on Thursday you told me that consistency is the most important. You didn't have the greatest of practice days, but in the race, it was perfect. You waited until the right moment, and turn 15, you saw the opportunity. Tell us about this race.
Yes. Yeah, first I want to say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. Alhamdulillah, in first race I can be the best. Yeah, of course. Thank you also for my family, my friend, all who already support me. Also for my team, all mechanic, all staff for preparing and hard work for this weekend. Yes, tomorrow I still have one more race. Tomorrow I will try my best. Yeah, actually in first race for me was quite tough because also Kazma have very good pace.
but I try to just make improve also for me when in the race, step by step, every lap. I try to do more and then just save until catch Kasma, and then actually 2-3 laps when I behind him, he was quite strong because also difficult for overtake. But I just waiting for moment and chance. Yeah, I have on the last lap, on the last turn, in the straight, I try to slipstream and then make a tight line. Yeah, finally finish on the first position. Tomorrow I will try more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adenanta. Fantastic victory.
Highlights of an excellent Supersport 600cc race 1 of 2 of the weekend at the Asia Road Racing Championships. Keep an eye out for bike number 500, Anupab Sarmoon. He's on the left of your picture there. He crashed out of qualification this morning, so didn't get anywhere near the time that he wanted. He started right at the back of the grid, and he would gradually make his way through the field. Started right at the very back. Kazma Daniel made a mistake early on, but would recover, and he's looking good, Nick Kazma Daniel, but he also would have heartache. Barry, there's so many stories as we look at 27. Yeah. Also, Helmi Asman, bike number 32, went off like a rocket, but he knew that he had a penalty to serve.
Yeah, and this was the Helmi's dilemma all the way through. Kazma did recover well from that mistake, and I think he probably would have fought and passed Helmi, but Helmi finally had to do that long lap penalty. Meanwhile, Adenanta, having run around in 4th for a while, made his move past Carlton Powie at about half race distance.
This is when the long lap had to be served from Helmi, and he went from P1 down to P6. It could have been worse. He had the lead. He could have come back as low as maybe as 8, 9 or 10, but he comes in P6. But then found himself against Anupab Sarmoon, who decided, I want to win this little race against you.
He came in, yeah, just ahead of his enemy for the weekend anyway. Anupab Sarmoon. Anupab just got a bit between his teeth then, because he hadn't made the progress that we expected in the first half of the race.
But there he got up into P3. That's remarkable from Anupab. And then it's down to the final lap. Yeah, Anupab, you've got a podium. Surely you can't win from here. The answer was he couldn't. Adenanta Putra, though, Mr. Consistency. P1, P3 in the previous 2 races. Almost guaranteed a podium here. Takes the slipstream. Outwits Kazma Daniel, who, as he said in his interview, doesn't like coming first here at Sepang. He'd love to, it's just he can't get that win under his belt, because it's Adenanta Putra who outwits him on the final corner. Adenanta Putra takes win number 2 out of 3 of the season for him. Kazma Daniel has to be content with back-to-back podiums, and Anupab Sarmoon a brilliant P3. That was some race.
Absolute joy there for the winner, Adenanta Putra, and so good to see. He loves his racing, and now he's going to soak up the victory.
In 2nd place,
Anupab Sarmoon, a warrior is what Daniel called him. Yeah, P3, I'll be happy with that. And for Anupab, that is back-to-back podiums.
Astra Honda Racing Team, Muhammad Adenanta Putra.
Kazma Daniel, he's back to form though. Even though he's lost this race, he's back to form.
Yes, he is, yeah.
Honda Racing Team.
Adenanta Putra, he is the man to beat though. It's a 19-point lead at the top of the championship. We'll confirm that in a moment. And the Astra Honda Racing Team get the team award. And we are going to get the Indonesian national anthem for the 3rd time in 4 races today. Indonesia Raya.
And now to present the winners' trophies, we would like
Prizes
to
for
invite
the
Mr.
Supersport
Sanjay Kumar,
600cc
Asia Vice President
to the top 3 athletes. Sujit Kumar, the FIM Asia Vice President, is on hand.
Racing team from Thailand, Anupam Sarmoon.
To the Thai, Anupam Sarmoon.
In second place,
we know what a fighter he is, we know what a warrior he is. And it doesn't surprise us, he's come from the very back to take a podium.
Yeah, that was my second thought after the crash out.
And your race winner
Malaysia's Kazma Daniel in P2. Good to see him back close to his best, but Adinanto Putra is the man who really is setting the marks. Runner-up in this competition last season, championship leader by 19 points, which effectively gives him a free race in some ways. The best team presentation will be handed out by Mr. Yasuhide Hirai, the Managing Director of Idemitsu FIM Malaysia, and it goes to Astra Honda Racing Team. Once again, our thanks to all the sponsors.
Ladies and gentlemen,
really is an important part of making this FIM Asia Road Racing Championship such an international spectacle. We've been going since 1996 and many more years to come. With racing like that, so we should.
So we should indeed. And one thing I've always liked about Adinanto is just how much he enjoys his racing. You know, happy riders, fast riders, all of that, but he's so professional.
And he'll be happy because he's top of the championship standings after 3 of 12 races this season. 19 points clear of Anupam Sarmoon for Yamaha Thailand Racing, 21 clear of Kazma Daniel Kazmiuddin for Hongleong Yamaha Racing. Tanat Longpiao, very competent 4th place for him, ahead of Helmi Azman, who won't have a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia on 32, while Nugroho on 31, McKinley Kalpaz on 27, Carolyn Paui on 23 points complete the top 8. Let's move on to the rest. Sharafuddin Azman, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia on 23 alongside Herjan Atna. Gosh, 9th and 10th, there's some races to have that low down your categories. Kitsada Tanachop, Honda Racing Thailand on 16 alongside Rocco Sesler, the German on 1 for all team. Fairozi Torkatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia on 12. Shadun Tongan, Reza Danica Arons, who crashed out today on 9 and 6 points respectively. One more race to go today. It's the Superbikes, the 1000cc big boys. If it's half as good as the race we've just seen, it'll be pretty fantastic. Do join us in a couple of minutes' time from the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships 2025 with the Sepang International Circuit Malaysia. Join us again in 2 minutes.
With Superbike proven nano-tailored oil, Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
A very warm welcome back to Sepang. That is the grid ahead of the Superbikes, the 1000cc. We are at the Asia Road Racing Championships, live from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill in the commentary box, and this 1000cc is getting more and more competitive. It's the 5th season of this competition. 15 competitors in place today. And Barry Russell, as you talk us through qualification, it's getting increasingly competitive at the top as well.
Yeah, it is, and increasingly spicy, because as we'll see, we've got new, let's have a look at qualifying. We've got new manufacturers in the championship, and there on the number 77 is the welcome sight of the Suzuki. Aboard it is Adam Noureddin, which is another welcome sight.
Also got the BMWs with the new livery. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, a former champion, alongside the returning Apiwat Wongtananon, or stepping up from 600 cc's. Do love the BMW liveries, and they pretty quick as well. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman posting a 2:05.099, which is good enough for 5th place, which is a good return.
Yeah, and Zakwan, who has rediscovered his form in Buriram, he's carried it through all the way through to this weekend as well.
You mentioned the Suzuki of Adam Noureddin. At one stage he went to the top of the podium, Adam Noureddin, and there was an audible gasp from the commentary box, you and Daniel.
Yeah, there was collaboration going on at various stages between the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia team and Adam Noureddin, and he really benefited from it. But this rider was the surprise of qualifying. There he is, the number 24, Apiwat Wongtananon, who first threw his leg over one of these BMWs in round 1. This was his first repeat performance. Since then, no testing time.
The Ducati of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah would be good enough to get into P2, a 2:04.758 after a quiet practice, 3 practice sessions. Comes good when it really matters in qualification. That moved him into P2, but there is Apiwat Wongtananon, as you say, from the A1 Energy BMW racing team, putting himself into pole position. And Apiwat will be on the right of our picture in those lovely new colours. For Hafiz Sharin, that though is a very good return. And they are the JDT colours.
Not like us.
They really are making themselves a mark in the world of sport. Our JDT stands for Johor Darul Taksim. Johor, one of the states to the south of Malaysia. And let's go away from the fans and into the riders and join Daniel Bogas, and let's see what pre-race thoughts he's got for us.
As the sun sets, the thunder of the Premier Class shall begin. Right now the weather is looking gorgeous. It's not too hot and it's a bit less humid than it was, still a bit sweaty, but we're gonna have a chat with some of the Premier Class riders, and to me, the biggest surprise, the star name making a name for himself in this class, Apiwat. We're gonna have a chat with him starting from pole. So, first season on the BMW, 2nd round ever, and you are on pole position and with a lap record. What can we expect from this race?
Yeah, it's step by step, and I improve in my riding style, and yeah, with the make a little bit in the setup, and me learn, and the bike is and for the testing is better than before, but yeah, I hope today is good luck for me.
So we saw you and Azlan doing a lot of teamwork together in practice and qualifying. Will there be a team plan for this one?
Yeah, he is fast. Yeah, I can learn with him, and yeah, step by step.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. We got the fans of, I believe that is JDT at the back there. We're just gonna have a quick look at them. Bringing a stadium football atmosphere here, and it's actually really good to see that. It really brings some nice atmosphere here for Hafiz and JDT and the ASB boys. So we're gonna try and make our way through the sea of the people that we have here on the grid. I'm gonna try and squeeze through everyone. There's some of the Idemitsu executives over here for Honda Racing Malaysia. And we're gonna have a chat with one of their riders. which is Azroy Kamanwar. They're just going to take a quick photo. Azroy, of course, another star performer this weekend. Azroy, you were rapid all throughout Friday, and in qualifying, we all thought you did enough. But ultimately, two boys in front managed to get a better view. But either way, you start from third now. How's it looking for this race?
During qualifying, we use qualifying tire, but I know I'm a little bit weak in the qualifying tire because I don't know how to use the advantage. But it's okay. With the race tire, I know where I can do. So I just want to do my best and get a good result for this round.
Speaking of tires, the weather so far from yesterday to today has been perfect. Have you had any issues, or has it been just excellent?
No, so far I think with this temperature, for me I like, and the bike is working. So let's see.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Good luck for this one. Now we're going to make our way a few rows down to one of the other manufacturers who have just joined us for the 2025 season. It's the Aprilia of Akito Haga. We have to make our way down to P10. I just have to count my rows correctly. I have a history of messing this one up. There we go. I think I do spot Akito Haga right over there. Right over there, Akito Haga. Just trying to make our way around to see people. Counting the rows on the grid is a bit confusing at times, but we're going to try a quick word with Akito. So Akito, you come here to Sepang with the Aprilia. It's a new track for you and the Aprilia. How's it been so far adapting?
Yeah, unfortunately, during the qualify, I was crashed, and the feeling was good, but unfortunately I crashed. So this race will be tough and difficult, but I will try my best.
Is this going to be the last time we see Aprilia and ARC, or are we going to see you again?
See you again.
We can't wait to see it, Akito. Good luck for this one. And now we're actually going to look for Sal Khan from Dunlop, and we're going to have a chat about temperatures and tires. I'm just trying to look around and see where we can find the Dunlop yellows. I think Sal would be somewhere at the front near the top two rows, and we're going to try and make our way around. It's usually not hard to spot the Dunlop boys, but it is a bit tougher this time with the amount of people that we have on the grid. And I think I do spot Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi, but I can't find Sal Khan. So, yep, I do see Sal. So let's make our way to Sal. Mr. Sal Khan. So, this weekend has been absolutely perfect weather-wise in Sepang. It's the best weather we've seen in a long time. What are the temperatures looking like, and what's the feedback from the riders?
Generally speaking, yeah, like you said, track conditions have been pretty much perfect, to be honest. We're just over 42, 43 degrees, so ideal track temperatures. We've got a mixture. We've got about 5 out of 15 on the hard front. Only 1 on the soft rear, but the majority have gone for a medium rear.
So we saw the new lap record for the ASB 1000s in qualifying. Is that just a new tire compound that's been helping them with that?
No, I've got to be honest, they've had it all season, and I think personally conditions were ideal, and the tyres worked excellent this morning.
Thank you so much, Sal. And back to you, Desmond.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, good information coming from a number of places. And as you said before, Barry, we've got a number of manufacturers. Suzuki are on the circuit as well today, I'm delighted to say. It's great to see Haga back with us. Good to see Adam Norodin back with us on the Suzuki. And the BMWs are looking strong. It's 6 manufacturers.
Yeah. It's really good to see the Tatara Aprilia. And Akito Haga did tell us a couple of days ago that they were shaping up for more information, to do more rounds. And here we have the tyre information, which, as Sal said, is nearly everybody going on mediums. The exceptions, and this is an interesting one, is this rider on your screen now, Zakwan Zaidi, who's running the hard front. He's preferred that all the way through. His teammate Azroy prefers the medium. Look at the front of that gorgeous looking BMW of Aslan Shah, who qualified 5th. But it was really tight between the top 6. And Aslan Shah, we know, always goes well on race days.
Andy Farid is the National Honda Racing Team. He's qualified in 6th, 205.2. It's all inside a second. There's not a huge amount to separate one from one from 9 actually, one from Adam Norridin on the Suzuki. Lachlan Epps and Joe Francis, Akito Haga and Cameron Duncan had difficult times. Here's Chip Nakarin, who back-to-back wins in Buriram. Hasn't had things his own way this weekend.
No, he hasn't. He's looked a little bit untidy. He's been determined, pushing as he always does. There's Kito Abe making really good progress. Kito Abe qualified 8th. There's a big fan there. Big banner anyway. And there is the welcome sight of the Suzuki and Adam Norridin,
who knows this circuit like the back of his hand. That'll help.
And he's really enjoying it. And they're starting to get support for Suzuki, who've withdrawn most of their support from racing, but it's coming back now. And they're sporting a new moustache. It is Lachlan Epps. Good idea, put the helmet on.
Representing Savitar, welcome back to Lachlan. I hope he does well. And this is Joe Francis from the Victor Racing team. He posted a time of 2:08.639, and this is his debut race.
Yeah, he makes that R1 look really small.
He's a big fella, isn't he?
Gets good wishes from fellow Brit Sal Khan. There's TOU Joe.
He's the second Savitar Racing team man. Again, a regular. We're not expecting him to be anywhere near the top, but he'll be looking to improve incrementally, as will Fahmi Abdul Wahab for the FGRT Project 1 team on the Ducati, the second of the Ducatis. We've got Hafiz Sharin from the wonderfully resourced JDT Racing team on P2, and he's been very quiet, very understated, Hafiz Sharin. He had a podium finish in Buriram, followed by a P5. And if it wasn't for Chip Nakarin's double victory, you'd think that that was a good weekend's work.
Yeah, you would. And Hafiz struggling to get to grips the right way to under braking, cornering, corner exit, but he really did put it all together in qualifying. Now, the question is, has he got the race pace? There's Appy White, good to see him on pole position, especially on a brand new bike, brand new team. He became synonymous with Yamaha.
Yeah. He wasn't too bad. He's had 2 seasons in the 1000 cc's here, a P4 and a P5.
Yeah, and always qualifying on the front row. So yeah, I think he's more naturally a superbike rider than a supersport.
That's the JDT team. You saw the JDT fans, and a lovely contrast between the JDT fans and the Kito Abe fan, who's come a lot further.
Yeah, that's right, with a bigger banner. No drums though.
There is the JDT man, Hafiz Sharin, 3rd in the championship last year, an understated 3rd in the championship this year. But this is his home race.
And there is Mr. Gary McCoy. Absolute privilege to have him in the paddock, as they're supporting young Hunter Corney and TVS. Here's the grid.
Abiwat Wong Tananon, A1 Energy BMW on pole position in a time of 2:04.597, just ahead of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing on the Ducati Panigale, and Azri Hakim Anwar, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia on the Honda.
Yeah, starting 4th is Zakwan Zaidi, in-form Zakwan Zaidi. Next to him, an in-form Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, and Ali Farid Izdihar, a little bit off his best form, starts 6th.
Chip Nakarin, defending champion in thrilling style last year, Honda Racing Thailand, back-to-back wins. Kito Abe, SDG Hark Pro Honda Philippines in P8, and Adam Norridin on the Suzuki. Delighted to have Adam Norridin with us once again.
Lachlan Epps for Savitar Team Asia, qualified 10th. Alongside him, good to see Joe Francis in on the Victor Racing Yamaha, 11th, and Akito Haga for Team Tatara Aprilia, starts 12th.
And Cameron Dunker for Motogo Yamaha Racing Team on the Yamaha from Australia in P13, ahead of TOU Joe and Fahmi Abdul Wahab. Gave Chip Nakarin a massive boost there, saying he's the champion. Yuki Kuni's the defending champion, of course. Chip is the championship leader.
He is indeed. Double win in round 1, and that will do it. How will it look at the end of race 1 here in Sepang?
Speeds approaching 300 kilometers an hour. Apiwa got up to 296.7 maximum speed. He's the fastest on there, but everybody else, well, 6 of the 7.
Yeah, Suzuki's got a bit of a deficit, as you can see there, Des. Maybe 10 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
So Adam needs to look for slipstream and to make the best of that sweet handling Suzuki. In the corners, there is Azroy. And you heard with his grid interview that he's confident with his race pace. And he was quickest all the way through yesterday. So Azroy, I think, fancies this. There he is, the number 20, trundling in behind Adam Noradin. Make his way to the front row, and 3rd place on the front row.
We are all just about set then. Perfect conditions at the start of this 3rd race of 12 of the season, 1st of 2 of this weekend. FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. It's the big boys, it's the Superbikes. Asia Superbike 1000cc. All 15 are on the grid and ready to go. And the start could be crucial. And it's a good start from Hafiz Sharin in the middle from P2. He made a good start, but he's been overtaken by Azroy Hakim. Azroy Hakim just leads the way. Bike number 20, Idemitsu Honda, takes the lead at the first, and it's very congested, very tight there. And Hafiz helps his way back into P2.
Yeah, he helps his way. It's quite a forceful bit of help there. But Apiwat back in 4th, so perhaps he hasn't quite got the launch down yet on the BMW.
Everyone was saying it was a surprise that he got up there. But have a look at that from Azroy Hakim Anwar.
That's not a surprise. What would be exciting is if Hafiz can maintain his opening pace. Really forced his way into that 2nd place. And let's see what Apiwat can do now that he has got to grips with this bike, taught himself how to ride it. Beg his pardon,
It's Aslan Shah. Aslan Shah's made a great start, and Apiwat's gone backwards. Aslan's got himself up into P5. Apiwat dropped from pole to P6. Gosh, that wasn't the plan.
Yeah, well, he knows how to ride it. He needs to learn how to get it off the line.
Chip Nakarin's got himself up into P4.
Yeah, he loves the dogfight, so he'll be very much in the mix.
And these 1000cc's, they roar down this back straight.
3 Paul Malaysians, 1, 2, 3, 4, a tie, breaking up that pattern. Nakarin holding on to P4 from Aslan Shah.
But as they go through at the end of the first of 12 laps, it's Azroy Hakim Anwar from Hafiz Sharin Abdullah and Zakwan Zaidi on bike number 21, a former champion. And Zakwan, as you said, has got that hard compound on his front tyre to differentiate him from the majority of those we expect to do well. Although Adam Noradin also on the Suzuki, and the Aprilia of Akito Haga also taking the hard front tyre.
Yeah, just suits some riders. One rider said to me yesterday, the hard front doesn't talk to me enough.
Make of that what you will. Hafiz is still chasing on the back of Azroy Hakim. Both of these have ridden this circuit multiple times. Zakwan as well behind them. The older you get, the slight less of an advantage it becomes, but certainly can't do any harm to be so familiar with your circuit.
Yeah, Nakarin holding on well. Let's see what the two BMWs, now they are together. Apiwat just perhaps going through to take the advantage, become the lead BMW in this race.
Apiwat and Aslan are in 5 and 6 at the moment on that BMW. Azri Hakim leading at a very, very healthy pace.
First time out was at P4 for Apiwat in race 1 at Buriram. He crashed in race 2, just pushing a bit too hard. Big power wheelie there from Hafiz Shirin.
Zakwan having a look once again on the inside as Chip Nakarim also keeps them honest. Having to work so hard though to keep tight.
Yeah, they're all nicely positioned now.
It's a glorious noise as they come past the start-finish line.
Well, it's a nice symphony, isn't it? Because you've got the Hondas, you've got the BMWs, you've got the Ducatis. So, yeah. I think it's a symphony. Other people might call it a cacophony.
Symphony.
I think it's a symphony.
Cough, cough. Fastest lap time goes to Apiwat Wangtananon. So he's getting to grips with things. The start might not have been great, but he's moving very nicely. And as you say, he's got ahead of Aslan Sharkan Ruzaman, his teammate and the former ARRC 1000cc, the inaugural ARRC 1000cc champion.
Yes, indeed. All the way back in 2019.
Apiwat. We're keeping a close eye on him, but up at the front, Azri Hakim has looked neat and tidy. Hafiz just gets a little bit out of shape and then gets into shape to take first place. It was actually Hafiz who was in shape and Azri who was out of shape. Lovely manoeuvre from Hafiz.
Yeah, Andy Farid putting in some good lap times as well. He's down in 7th. Or indeed 8th.
Sometimes around the JDT camp there's a worrying presence. People are, oh, we haven't quite got it right. There hasn't been any of that this weekend. It's been very quiet. Without them shouting the odds or anything, they've been very quiet and looking confident.
Yeah, that's it. I think they've really got their heads down now to make it work, and it seems to be working at the moment, with Hafiz taking the lead briefly for the first time this season.
Lovely tight line though from Azri. And again is what happens when you know the circuit so well. You know virtually every little bump. Hafiz seems to have the straight line speed, but not on this occasion. And behind them, look at that. Apiwat's got himself into P4. Chip Nakarim just leaving a little bit of space there, and the lovely sky blue livery of the BMW has moved up to P4, and that will be ominous for those ahead of them.
Last time around, yeah, Apiwat was the quickest, very quick through sector 1. So he's really on the move now, Apiwat.
Zakwan sneaked through ahead of Hafiz Sharin. Having just said they looked all together, they've certainly lost a couple of places, have the Ducati.
Malaysian 1, 2, 3, but in a different order. And Apiwat trying to get amongst it.
Kito Abe up into P8. Dahaga on the Aprilia, not being able to make much of an impression. He's in P11. Joe Francis, Victor Racing in P13. There's the battle for first though, and there's less than 0.8 of a second between 1 and 5, and Aslan isn't far behind in P5. He's got Andy Farid and Kito Abe for company. Adam Noradin not too far behind them on the Suzuki. Those front 9 broken away from Lachlan Epis, Akito Hage, Cameron Dunker, Joe Francis, Tioyu Joe, and Fahmi Abdul Wahab.
Azroy looking comfortable at the front, only his second race in ARRC Superbikes. His teammate behind him, and Hafiz pushing really hard, that Ducati moving around quite a lot. Piwat coming up behind him. Kito Abe holding on well with this group, as is Adam Noradin.
Although we're hitting 295 kilometers per hour, everyone seems to be racing within themselves in this opening third of the race. Just making sure that they look after their tyres, that they're in contention.
Last time around it was a 206.2 for Azroy.
A 205.8 for Apiwat.
That's the fastest, yeah, as he was catching up. Last time around it was, the quickest was Azroy. Zakwan having another really good race.
Teammates for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, 1 and 2 at the moment. The Ducati of JDT, Jahod Al Taksim in P3. The BMW A1 Energy BMW Racing Team with Apiwat Wangtanan in 4. Chip Nakarin has a look on the inside of Apiwat as they come up the hill of turn 9.
Yeah, just behind him, Andy Farid is having a look, having a little nibble at the back of Aslan Shah's BMW.
Fifth season of these Superbikes. This one looks like it has the potential to be the most competitive, despite that double win for Chip Nakarin. I do think there's some really good races out there, and some serious firepower. Hafiz Sharin tries to accelerate, use the power of the Ducati, unable to get on the inside of Zakwan. No, he's not. Zakwan goes a little bit wide and loses one place for certain. Just able to hold off the BMW. But there was real power and excellent braking there from Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, JDT have been doing well on that bike.
Closes the door to prevent Zakwan getting in, and then is forced wide again, Hafiz.
Now Zakwan needs to switch again.
That's some genuine racing, and that will really eat at the tyres if you're throwing the bikes around like that.
And here comes Zakwan again. It's a bruising encounter.
It certainly is, isn't it?
Brakes, well, it's clean, but it's bruising. And here comes the response from Hafiz.
That's wonderful racing. Over the last 5 or 6 corners, 3, 4 changes of P2. And it's still not over there, because Zakwan is looking on the inside.
And Nakarin.
Yeah, Nakarin's looking at the outside of there as they come up turn number 9 up the hill here. Got to get this right, and out the BMW of Apiwat Wangtananon.
Oh, that's rough luck. Rough luck for Apiwat. Mechanical failure. But Azroy continues at the front. Just seems to be getting this race a little bit more under control. Not under control is the rest of the podium battle, which is now 3-way between Zakwan, Hafiz and Nakarin. And I tell you who else is coming. Andy Farid's coming.
Indeed, we saw that, number 23. Now, engine problems on the BMW. That's so frustrating.
Just as he was getting to grips with how to ride that BMW quickly.
That's back-to-back DNFs now for Apiwat Wangtananon.
Yeah, crash at Buriram, mechanical this time.
Chip Nakarin has got through into P3. The Honda ahead of the Ducati. And as you quite rightly say, Andy Farid Izdahar is coming in as well. He fancies a little bit of this party. And also Kito Abe is getting closer. Abe on the Honda.
Yeah, it's good work from Keita Abe. Good work from Andy Farid. We know how strong he is late in the race, and he's having a look at Hafiz now.
And also you saw there, bike number 77, Adam Noradin. Just making sure he's trying to stay in contention. Well, he's not quite as close as I thought, but the SDG Hard Pro, well, Keita Abe certainly is in this mix. This is the battle for second, the 5-man train.
Yeah, last time out, it was a double win for SGDG in the hands of Yuki Kuni. And Keita Abe, big shoes to fill, but he's doing really well. And no holds barred here.
He's trying to force Hafiz wide, was Chip Nakarim. Successfully done so, but he's got a good drive into this corner, has Hafiz. There's so many different lines you can take on this wide circuit. It can be a little bit deceptive. And Hafiz looks to have worked that one out quite nicely, and he'll have a nice acceleration coming round 14. He might have a chance to have a little nibble at Zach one. Is he close enough? No, he's not going to get a slipstream. In fact, Chip Nakarin's going to get the slipstream on Hafiz.
Ooh, all sorts of shapes for Nakarin, but he loves to do that. Loves to back it in. He needs to watch out because Andy Farid is coming right behind him.
And Abe right behind him. Bike 39, Abe.
And I'm guessing that Andy Farid's tyres are in better shape than Nakarin's at this point. Keita Abe, good work from him.
Well, we're beyond halfway. Ajroy Hakim Anwar has looked in imperious form a little bit further down. 98, that's Akito Haga. Under pressure from Cameron Duncan. Duncan, bike number 12.
First time at Sepang for both these riders. I was a little surprised that Akito Haga hadn't been here before, but Cam Dunker is only 17, so he hasn't had time.
This is impressive from Azroy Hakim Anwar. His lead is approaching 1.5 seconds. Long way to go. But even so, Zakwan holding on nicely in P2. Back-to-back P2s in Buriram.
Plenty of time to go and for things to change. You could expect Hafiz to come back, having taken a little bit of a breather, maybe. Nakarin never takes a breather.
Oh, I think that's Chip Nakarin. Lost it completely.
Yeah, it's Nakarin who is out.
Lost the front end, and that's the end of his race.
Just as I was saying, he never takes a breather.
And then forced breather. Hopefully he comes up all right, just loses that.
That shows you how close to the edge these guys are riding all the time, but disappointing.
Well, he's got himself back up remarkably.
He's a strong lad, I tell you.
And in the meantime, it takes one of the obstacles away from the guys chasing second place, but Andy Farid Izdahar suddenly comes into reckoning. Astra Honda Racing. And we've seen how Andy Farid is just able to time his involvement in races. He stayed out of problems, and now it gets interesting. 3.5 laps to go.
Yeah, you could see in the interview how confident he was, and he's looked relaxed and focused all weekend. And Zakwan Zaidi will be wanting to stay in at least P2 because he took 2 P2s behind Nakarin's 2 P1s in round 1. And as we reach the quarter stage of the season, Des, as you distressingly pointed out earlier, that's good news. Hafiz has other ideas.
Hafiz has very different ideas, and Zakwan will be very aware. Hafiz, I think, has certainly got the momentum behind him. Andy Farid Izdahar and nearly lose it. Somehow catches himself. That is incredible from Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, Andy Farid Izdihar smells blood now. He can see that tyre wear is affecting Hafiz Shirin. His tyres are in better shape. He hasn't been in the battles that Chip Nakarin and Hafiz Shirin have been in this race.
Here's the catch from Hafiz Shirin. It's a highlight in its own right. Oh, that's gone. Anyone less experienced than Hafiz Shirin, and you feel that could have been disastrous. Instead, he's still on the bike and he's competing for second place, having recovered, and that is just trying to push Zakwan Zaidi out of shape into P2, and he's gone on the inside. Can he hold it? Oh, behind them, Andy Farid goes through.
Look at this.
And instead of P2, it looks like a P4 for Hafiz Shirin. Oh,
beautifully done. We saw it coming. Andy Farid, it's not done yet.
And we're back to where we were.
But there is a sign from Andy Farid Izdihar.
Then through on the inside from Hafiz. Gosh, that little wobble has certainly given him an adrenaline rush. He's still like beating heart.
Yes. Zakwan really trying to consolidate that second place. But now Hafiz on the inside, they tip left. Advantage Hafiz.
What a battle. What a race. In the meantime, Azroy Hakim is more than 2 seconds clear. 2.5 laps to go.
And Andy Farid smells blood in the water.
Zakwan goes a little bit wide. Andy Farid, as you quite rightly say, is there. Kito Abe is looking very interested as well. Gosh, we've had 4 or 5 changes of position, maybe more, maybe double digits between these two, which is great news for Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, Kito Abe on the back of that group now as well. Great work from him. So, well, how do we pick? We've got a 4-way battle, podium battle here. We've got Azroy in another postcode.
I'm just wondering though what damage Hafiz has done, because the adrenaline rush must surely wear off, and now he's under pressure from Zakwan, and his tyres may well have suffered as well. Tyre degradation may well come into play in the final 2 laps. This has been a thrilling race, a thrilling battle for P2. Azroy goes through in P1, Hafiz Shirin in P2.
2 more laps and we still don't really know what's going to happen. Still think that Andy Farid is going to play his advantage with the tyres.
Happy Wantananam out, but with the fastest lap. Hafiz Shirin still living on that adrenaline. 2.5 seconds lead though for Azroy Hakim Anwar. We've rather ignored a brilliant race from Hafiz, from Azroy Hakim. His wife doesn't ignore that.
The missus needs the fan.
Brilliant, 2.5 seconds clear. This is the real battle though for P2. Hafiz Shirin, having somehow survived a major wobble, now has to keep a calm head. Zakwan Zaidi and Andy Farid Izdihar and Kito Abe. You wouldn't want those 3 chasing you, would you?
No, you certainly wouldn't. But he's got a mature head on his shoulders, and as you observed, Des, he's been quiet this weekend, and I think that's a good sign.
Great sign. Abe not really being able to challenge for P4, not being able to get on the back of Andy Farid, because Andy Farid's got himself into P3. Is this another masterful piece of timing from Andy Farid Izdihar? We see it so often, he just times his attacks beautifully.
Zakwan needs to take advantage of that crash by Nakarin, but he's back in P4 at the moment, and they're only going to come around this turn 1 more time. after this one.
Hafiz sticks as tight as he possibly can. Azroy Hakim leads the way. Hafiz Sharin Istihar on the Ducati in P2. Andy Farid has a look. That's the first of what will be many looks in this lap.
Yeah, you can bet Andy hasn't been in the wars in this race that Hafiz is. And we know he's good at managing his tyres, probably better than anyone else in this field.
Takes a slightly wide line. In P4 is Zakwan Zaidi. Maybe he's given this one up. The win, providing he stays on the bike, will belong to Azroy. Into P2, Andy Farid. Or has he got it wrong? That's the JDT camp. They're not happy. Hafiz, though, isn't going to give this one up without a fight. Hafiz back into P2. He will have the line coming in. Oh, brilliant from Andy Farid. Even better from Hafiz Sharin.
And Andy has the inside line. He's going to take it. Every time one of these riders has the inside line, but it's a mistake from Andy Farid, his first of the race. And so Hafiz.
And that allows Zakwan into P3 and Arbe into P4. Woo.
Arbe hold that P4. A rare mistake from Andy Farid.
Zakwan then goes through ahead of Hafiz Sharin, who has to stand up. And now it's Zakwan Zaidi in P2. So many changes on this final lap. And Zakwan is there at the moment onto P2. Azroy Hakim is a mile away in P1. Zakwan in 2. Hafiz, what a race, a highlight reel of his own right. Is the space around the outside? The answer is no. Will he get a toe? Hafiz chases Zakwan. Also, Kito Abe is there. What happened to Andy Farid? Right around the final corner, Zakwan has the line, but look at the Hafiz Sharin takes the inside line. The win for Azroy Hakim. P2 goes to Hafiz Sharin ahead of Zakwan and Kito Abe in 3. Oh my word.
What a race.
Oh my word.
And look at Mrs. Azroy. She's so glad it's over. But
Adam Noureddin in 5 ahead of Andy Farid, who made that mistake in 6.
It was an error. I wonder if the error came from some kind of problem, maybe gear change or who knows, but that was surprising. It looked like we predicted the pattern too early, but great P2 for Hafiz Sharin.
Unbelievable P2.
Another podium, third podium of the season for Zakwan. He hasn't recorded a win yet, but this is really good for the championship.
That's Chip Nackering coming through to pick up points.
Yeah.
Ahead of Cameron.
He knows how important it is to grab whatever points you can get. He came in as championship leader. He didn't want to give too much advantage back to Zakwan. Hafiz helped him out a little bit by taking a few points away from him.
Well, Azroy Hakim Anwar is probably completely unaware of all the chaos and the mayhem that was going on behind him.
Yeah, he should take a watch of the highlights. He'll enjoy it.
2.7 seconds his lead at the end for Azroy Hakim Anwar. First win of the season. And with Chip Nackering, well, I did originally have him down as a did not finish, but Chip Nackering's going to come in with some very, very handy 7 points there.
Yeah, good work. Good plucky work by Chip Nackering to rescue what he can from that error.
Right, here's your result. Azroy Hakim, okay, he won. Hafiz somehow has picked up P2, 2/10 clear of Zakwan Zaidi, who for the 3rd time this season is on the podium. Kito Abe came through for a P4 to add to his P3 in Buriram. And then Adam Noureddin on the Suzuki. Welcome back to ARRC, Adam. And that's a very nice P5 for him, ahead of Andy Farid Istihar, who went from chasing P2 to coming 6. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, 28 seconds down on the BMW. Lachlan Epis on the other BMW for Savitar Team Asia in 8. Chip Nakarin recovering from crashing out spectacularly to finish in P9, just knocking Cameron Dunker, who must have wondered what hit him on that last corner, for 10. Joe Francis, Victor Racing Team in P11. Choyu Joe in 12. Fahmi Abdul Wahab picks up points in P13. Akito Haga for the Aprilia, he went out with 1 lap to go, and Abiwatwang Tananon, the pole sitter, had engine failure and went midway through the race. Oy, 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 that's fantastic.
That was a battle. And we just had no idea where it was going to go. But Hasan Shah finished a long way back in that race.
I'd love to hear the post-race interviews. I'd love to hear if Hafiz Sharim needs to be on a heart ventilator at the moment, because he had so many shocks and so many moments in that race.
And what was it that put Andy down from 2nd to 6th? Was it an error, or was it something more? I suspect it was something more, because he didn't look like recovering. So let's see. But no question about this supreme victory for this rider, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Congratulations.
Started in P3, had a great start, was chasing P1 right from the very first corner. Deserves all the high fives, all the hugs that he's getting from his team management and teammates and engineers and pit crew.
Only his 3rd race as a Superbike rider in ARRC.
8th, 4th, 1st. And there his 3 positions.
So that makes a nice slope.
The only problem is there's nowhere to go from there. If that is a problem.
And I think Hafiz Sharin is going to be pleased with that P2 because of the struggle he had to get it, and he knew how good Azroy's pace was. Sakwan will be moderately pleased with P3. But the thing with Zakwan is that he has refound his form. 3 podiums from 3 starts, 2 P2s and a P3.
I think we can go down to get some post-race interviews. Daniel Bogus is down there in the Parc Ferme. I'm looking forward to these. Well, the celebrations are going on at the moment. 1 and 3 is happy. It is Hafiz Sharin I'm really looking forward to listen to, because there were so many instances. The highlights reel, when we have it, will effectively be Hafiz Sharin, even though the win has gone to Azroy Hakim. Now we can go down to Daniel and get some post-race reaction.
Zakwan, it's consistent on the podium for you so far this season, but that was a difficult race. We thought you had it in with Azroy, and then in the end, somehow he pulled away. And it was quite the battle between you, Hafiz, and Andy Farid. Tell us about that race.
Yeah, it's pretty great and difficult condition. Also, I think the top 3, top 5 is very fast. I know will be a big battle in the middle of the race, but when I have a good start in the beginning, but I try to manage the tire, and finally Azroy passed me. And I know Azroy have a good pace. I just to try to keep, but finally Hafiz tried to overtake me and try to battle and make some gap. So this is why I just focus and try to be on the podium. I just want to big thanks to the team. They make a very hard job today, especially Azroy win this race. Also in the home ground is feel happy. Yeah, we try repeat again for tomorrow race.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Big congratulations to you. Fantastic race. And in P2, we have none other than the Ducati on the grid of Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team. We're going to try to get Hafiz over here. He's just having a quick debrief with the team. Ducati have come in numbers trying to help Hafiz develop this bike further. So Hafiz, it was quite the race from you all the way until the final lap. It was battle, overtake. But the way that you fought back was unbelievable. That move on Andy Farid from turn 4 all the way till turn 7 was unbelievable. Can you tell us about this race?
I can say probably today is my race, but the problem is the only Ducati to fight with with the Honda 5 bike in the middle of the track, fighting with Zakwan, try to break me like not have another corner for the next one, and then also Andy try, so Nakarin, so I lose the speed. But when I have a rhythm, I catch a little bit. But you know, when you try with a short lap, it's impossible to catch. But let's see tomorrow, because we try to improve a bit. We know where our weak point. I think we can do the same thing or better than today.
Thank you so
much to the team, because first day we have been in the back. We couldn't find anything. We don't understand. But Friday night is like one green light just passed us, and I think we need to try this. And I think it's a really work out very well. I think if we have this in Buriram, I think we are more strong for here. But it's okay. The season just start, round 2. We have more information, and yeah. Anyway, thanks to the team and the fans who believe in me and support me, especially my family.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Brilliant race. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. And race winner for the first time in the ASV 1000s class, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy, you've come into this class like a breath of fresh air. In Buriram, you already saw the speed, but it didn't come together yet. But over here on home territory in Sepang, you were dominant. You were fast on Friday, and in this race, you pulled a gap. You didn't just win, you pulled a gap. Tell us about this race.
I want to say thank you to my team for through the weekend. We did a good work and find a good setup, and also I have a good teammate. And this win cannot happen because if Hafiz and Zakwan not fighting, I think they can come close to me. But I'm lucky to have Zakwan to make some plan. I don't know. And for the race, I'm also happy with my pace. We did 2:06 low every laps, and although I win, but I still not satisfied because I want to do 0.5 low. 0.5 high every lap. But it's okay. We have tomorrow. Still have tomorrow. So let's continue like this tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Big congratulations to you.
Pat's day. Right from the early stages, this looked like it could be a good day for bike number 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar, and so it proved, Barry Russell.
So it did. He had the pace all the way through the weekend, and he put it together here. I thought his interview just now was quite modest, saying he was helped by the battle behind him, but I think the other riders knew that Azroy's pace was really, really strong.
The pace was very good. He's in the lead right from the early stages, but the battle that he mentioned in the interview behind him, it was incredible. Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati. Well, he had to deal with all of the Hondas, Chip Nakarin, Zakwan Zadi. There were overtakes left, right and centre. There's Zakwan going through for the first time, and immediately Hafiz reacts, and then Zakwan goes through a second time, Hafiz reacts, and Zakwan has to go through a third time.
Yeah.
Problem for Apiwat though.
Yeah, Apiwat was part of that pressure, but then mechanical failure took him out. Adam Noradin, the number 77, showed strongly all the way through on the AMI Suzuki.
And there's the second battle. Chip Nakarin looks like he's going to get the better of them, and then Chip Nakarin slides out. Incredibly, he would get up and finish in P9.
Yeah, we've seen Nakarin crash and get up and finish in the past. That could make a difference at the end of the season. He did come here on the back of a double win in round 1, but look at the distance here from Azroy back to about 2 seconds at this point, as the fans tried to keep cool.
And then once again Hafiz on the Ducati in JDT blue. He has to really cope with the pressure which is coming now from bike 23, Andy Farid Izdihar, and then something would happen. Andy goes around and then goes wide, loses something. JDT react, but Andy Farid's race, it's still on now. What happens to bike 23, Barry Russell?
There he is, he goes off, We don't know why. Maybe it was a problem with gear change. Who knows? But you expected him to come back from that. But he didn't. He lost another couple of places.
And then, even then, Hafiz Sharin is just able to hold the line from Zakwan Zaidi. Braking just a little bit tight. Zakwan comes under pressure from Kito Abe. 1 is Azroy, 2 is Zakwan, 2 is Hafiz, 3 is Zakwan. And Kito Abe comes through in P4. The celebrations belong to Malaysia and Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Muhammad Zakwan Zaidi.
Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia through Zakwan Zaidi getting P3.
Yeah, good day at the office for Zakwan.
From JDT Racing Team, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
I'd love to know how they review this race for JDT. So many incidents, so many times he was under pressure, and so many times Hafiz fought back. As well as that wobble he said he had when he somehow held on to the bike.
Yeah, and there was no real drop-off in his tyre performance. No drop-off for him either.
And a debut win at this category for Azroy Hakim Anwar on his home circuit. And the team award will go to his team, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. And now Negaraku, the national anthem of Malaysia.
And now to present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Toyokazu Honda, Managing Director of Idemitsu Loop Asia Pacific, to the podium. And in third place,
this is being handed out by Toyokazu Honda, Managing Director of Idemitsu Loop Asia Pacific. Don't overestimate the importance of the sponsors. You can see all the names behind the riders.
From Malaysia, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
Hafiz Sharin. Am I overplaying it? But the number of incidents he was involved with there, number of battles, his adrenaline must still be beating.
Yeah, there was a fair amount of paint swapped during the course of that battle.
And a glorious ride in the park. Must seem oh so easy when you're 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, he really should watch that race and see if he can get clear of all that nonsense behind him tomorrow as well.
Mr. Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Deputy President, hands out the team award, deserving team award, to Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Very decent motocross rider in his day, Stan Yasuhiro.
Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for
good knowledge.
the 1000 Race 1 winners.
There's one for the Malaysian social media people. And the standings, well, the race might not have been close. The battle for P2 certainly was. The battle for the championship is close as well. Have a look at this. Chip Nakarin still holds on to top spot, but only 1 point clear of Mr. Consistent Zakwan Zaidi on 56 points. Hafiz Sharin 47 points, Azroy Hakim Anwar on 46, Kito Abe on 40. Those 5 made a great first quarter of the season. Aslan Shah will always be competitive on 28 points. Andy Farid, we've yet to see the best of Andy Farid Basra Honda Racing. Lachlan Epis for Savitar Team Asia, competitive on 24 points. And it's a very quick wrap-up. We had a slight delay and a red flag early, so we're a bit later than advertised. Very quick thoughts by Russell.
Best battle of the day was the one we just saw, but congrats to Adananta. Hiroki Ono losing that grip he's got on TVS was something, and the class of Arby in AP250s. So yeah, let's come back and do it all again tomorrow.
A busy day of racing for you just completed. We're back with you 1 o'clock local time tomorrow. But from me, by Russell, I'm Des Corkill, saying farewell from Sepang at the Asian Road Racing Championships 2025 from Sepang International Circuit. settle in.
One of the
quarter of the way through the race.